everybody. Welcome back to Bill Brown. Glad to have you back. I'd like to do a little discussion about Florida, what happened today, and what I think is going to go on with the Democrats and their narrative. And I have a special guest here again, is Frosty the Snowman.
Howdy, howdy, folks.
There it is. You heard it exclusive. And he's going to tell us about Florida because he lives in that area. What happened? He was one of the lucky ones. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back. You already heard about Florida. There's no doubt about it. It's all over the place. What's going on? Frosty had lived it. He was lucky, but we'll talk about that at the end of the video. Um, my main thing right now is that you're going to hear a lot about this through the Democrats' eyes, and they're not going to allow this chaos to go to waste. They're going to just swear up and down. The sky's going to fall. The pigs are falling in the sky. Birds are going to drop. Whatever. Anyway, just to get back to the elections. They are a crock of garbage. Now, if you can believe in their garbage after 2 years of them being in office, you see what's going on right now, then shame on you. You do what you got to do. But if you allow them to come back into power, we're all in deep of trouble. Now, Republicans are no different, but it will be a speed bump, as Frosty would say, to slow the narrative down. And their narrative is C.B.D.C, central bank digital currency. This is why they're spending money like crazy. And I want you to listen to this, and then we'll get back on to the air here, and we'll go and we'll start from here then. Are you ready, Frosty? I'm going to start it up.
Roll 'em.
eye on them and not the people of Ukraine. We're shoveling out billions to Ukraine this week. I hope we rededicate some of those funds to our fellow citizens in Florida who need it tonight.
Yeah, we're going to get into that in a few moments, but just this week, $13.1 billion more to Ukraine. 13. Try to digest that for a moment. Over at The View, they had some choice words for Governor DeSantis. Watch this.
Governor DeSantis says it's all hands on deck to prepare for what's coming, and that includes reaching across the aisle for help.
Isn't it socialism when the government helps you? Quote, I am not in the pews of the church of the global warming leftists. This is what he thinks about climate change, and now his state is getting hit with one of the worst hurricanes that we'll ever see.
Perhaps I think presidents rise to the occasion, or future presidents, politicians rise to the occasions.
This is not politics. These are people's lives.
Well, there we have it. That's what I think what's going to happen. In fact, I know it's what's going to happen. They're going to use it, the Democrats against, this Florida deal. So tell us what was going on, Frosty, during the time of the Florida they're hit, much as you know.
Well, I got as prepared as I could be and hunkered down in my abode and was extremely lucky, in my opinion, because it matters. It matters where the eye wall hits land. And it was south of me, so far enough south of me I think probably anywhere from 40 to 60 miles. But it was such a big storm, we got all the hurricane winds and rain that was promised. But we were on the clean side of the storm, the left side of it. And those who are on the right side of the storm, as it spins in a counterclockwise motion, they get the worst of the impact. But we had uh, wind gusts, hurricane force wind gusts, and rain for the entire time that it was over us. And, there's a tree out in the street, and there's cars that have been uh, parked that are no longer in the same place that they were parked. And everything was just saturated, and draining is real slow. But believe it or not, I think I lost power. Oh, I kind of forget what time it was, but I lost power. But after the worst of it was over and the winds died down and the rain quit, and I opened the door, looked up at the sky, no clouds up there to speak of to produce any rain. So we still had a pretty good wind gust at that point, but the rain had stopped. And then short time later, the wind died down pretty good. And, I didn't have any real damage myself. And a short time later, the power came back on. So, I mean, I really got lucky to have the power come on so quick was amazing. I expected to be out for, a few days maybe. And I was prepared for that, but luckily it never happened. The only thing I don't have is cable, internet, TV, whatever. That hasn't been restored yet because those crews are like secondary crews, and they're not letting them in, I don't think, to areas where they can do their work and get it up and going. They, that might happen sometime today or tomorrow.
Was your doors rattling, windows rattling, garage door rattling, anything? Or
Oh yeah, it got real noisy at times, and I listened real close because you could tell when it's hurricane or tornado, and the tornadoes what you got to watch out for because they can really do some damage to you. But we didn't appear to have any. Uh, but yeah, the wind it gets real noisy, and generally it gets very hot. But this particular storm, the temperature was quite reasonable. Everything stayed around 75 degrees, which is unusual because I've been in other hurricanes where it is just unbearably hot. But this particular one didn't have that effect. So a major impact to me was just lots of water, lots of wind, and it probably lasted in the neighborhood of 12 hours where it was significant. And there's pieces of buildings blown around. You know, I got a couple of pieces of somebody's gutter laying out in front, and like I said, there's a tree down that's in the middle of the street down from me. But I'm in a Class A structure, so I mean I'm good for 120 miles an hour at least. So I don't evacuate. I don't have to, and I don't always stay. So got lucky there.
so my question is, when you're in the dark, what were you guys playing? Poker with a candlelight, or you know?
No,
Yeah.
I was just trying to take a nap, really, waiting for daylight. I wanted to be rested up because there's things to do after it passes through. And then I wanted to check on our vehicles. I want to check on how much flooding and how that's going to affect me, and you know, check on the transformer because I have a transformer on a pole. I want to make sure that maybe a fuse didn't blow and knock it out. Maybe that's why my power was out. But I, I was quite surprised at how quick they got the power back on.
So DeSantis is doing his job then, apparently. You know what I mean? He said that he's going to have a lot of people just waiting for the storm to get by and start working on everything, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah, and that's typical down here. I mean, really, if people in Florida, if you've been and living in Florida for any amount of time, you got to be you should expect to be affected by a hurricane at some time somewhere. You may not get the direct hit, but you're going to get the effects of it on the outer bands and stuff like that. And anybody coming to this state should be aware of that and should be prepared for that too. If they're not, well, this is not the place for them, and lots of people moving in here all the time. So apparently they're aware of it and they still keep coming. So, uh, and I think one of the reasons is we have people like DeSantis in charge, and uh, he does a good job. I'll just put it that way. I think he does a good job with what he does. He's not woke, and he's not gonna make you go broke because he's woke.
Uh, guess what I heard? And I didn't put it up here, but I might. I don't know yet. But the people who had their houses torn apart, ripped apart, smashed, whatever, the insurance company are now saying they can't pay for it. It's going to make them go broke.
Well, they had six. I've seen several news articles where there were six, and one said nine different insurance companies that are no longer doing business here because of that same reason. Uh, they pay out. They have to pay out because, and this storm there would be a lot of payout because the way it comes in at the south and then runs up through the center and then comes out up at the top of the state on the north part of the state on the right hand side. I mean, that's just a huge effect for everybody, all across the state. So this will be one of the more expensive storms probably, and there'll be lots of insurance companies involved. But if they were selling you insurance and making the profit, now they want to claim, oh, we we're going to be put out of business because now we have to pay all these claims. Well, they knew the risk before too. I mean, they do risk assessment all the time, and they set their premiums accordingly. So, they're as far as I'm concerned, what are they doing? Operating a fraud to begin with? If that's what their claim is, they're making that claim before they even know what the assessment of the damage is, because this storm isn't even out of the state yet.
Uh, well, if I'm right about this, and I think I am, when they had that, I forget the name of the damn thing now, what hurricane it was, but it was in New Orleans when the levee broke. And they said the same thing. They weren't going to pay out. They talked to the government, and I think they got away with it.
I think might have been Katrina.
It could have been its name. Yeah, it sounds like about right. Yeah, Katrina. Yeah. So yeah, if I'm right, they can check it out. But I'm pretty sure I'm right about that because they're screaming, we're going to go broke. We're going to go broke, and they got away with it. They talk to the government, and the government got involved in it. As usual, buddies. Friends. So I don't know what's going to happen here in Florida. I want to check up on it, see what goes on with it. You know what I mean?
Well, they have a really good program in place too, and the Attorney General really goes after people who try to gouge. And there's always people that will try to raise the price on things that are in short supply and make more profit than normal. And they go they go after them. They prosecute them for it down there. They really do. So I mean, that's another good program that they put in place. And you know, if you raise the price of gasoline, if you raise the price of water, bottled water, or whatever people are going to need, trying to make extra profit off of it, you, they're going to come after you.
Yeah, I bet you they will too. They should too. They should. Well, what's going to happen now because of all this? They're going to use this to their advantage because the election time's coming up. You know, the Democrats, and they're going to say, you know, we can control the weather. Just vote for us. You know, and basically what they're trying to do is just, well, you already know that C.B.D.C. You know, so they're breaking us with hyperinflation. And what they want to do, as you already know, again, is that they want this bank to start controlling our money, to tell us when to buy, when not to buy, when we can get our money, when we can't get our money.
Yeah, they're going to force us to buy that climate change agenda and whatever they decide we have to buy in order to support that agenda is what they're going to make you buy, really.
Yeah.
And it's not that they're going to make you buy it; it's that they're going to put controls and limits and restrictions on buying anything that isn't in that agenda.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to buy gasoline, you're probably going to get restricted to a certain amount. You might not be able to get to work, and you know they don't even have enough uh, cars in production for people to buy if they were so inclined to buy an electric vehicle. I mean, they're trying to do too much too soon, too fast. And I was looking at, they said it took 40 years to transition off of coal onto natural gas, but they want you to transition into this uh, global warming narrative almost instantly compared to that. And that's going to get a lot of people hurt, and people are going to die from that, in my opinion.
Well, I think the technology is not there yet. If they really wanted to do something, they could have went to hydrogen, you know what I mean? Instead of battery, but they wanted a battery so bad they can taste it.
Well, if it was important to do, then let the people do it. Let the people decide what they want to buy, produce it, put it out on the market, and see if it sells. But don't force them into buying it by restricting everything else.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I see it. That's the way a transition should be made. The people have to buy into it, and if you buy into it, if you think that you need a electric vehicle, well, more power to you. Go out and buy one. That's your decision. You're making it, and power to you. I hope it works out good for you. But if you're not inclined to do that, you shouldn't have to be forced into it.
What you're doing right now, they're forcing us to do everything, telling us what to do. You know, like we're little babies. Now they want to get into our money where they're going to tell us what to do with the money.
Oh yeah, and that's how they're going to get their agenda going with the climate change. And I don't care what you say. You know, I mean, Hurricane Andrew come through Florida 20 years ago and was devastating. We have devastating hurricanes. We do, and they're unpredictable. Now they say that they can uh, go back and look at the data and forecast all this global warming, and I say nonsense. they couldn't even forecast accurately where this storm was going to go. So tell me how they can take the whole world and forecast climate change. I think it's impossible. I think the scientists will say whatever you want them to say as long as they get their grants to run their programs. That's the carrot. You know, you want your grant? Well, you gotta go along with our narrative on climate change, or you're not getting your grant to run your program.
The bad thing about it is they're using our tax money to do this. Not their own money, our money, to shaft us. And they're doing it. They're doing it.
Well, it's actually double taxation because they're going to use the taxpayer money to put in the infrastructure, and then whatever customers benefit from that infrastructure are going to pay for the use of it again when in their bills. So you're already using their taxpayer money to, you know, subsidize all these companies and put in this infrastructure supposedly, and so that's money we've already paid in. That's our taxes at work. And now when you get the bill, you're going to pay again for it. So you're paying for it twice. They're out to bankrupt people. They're out to create a lot of pain for people. And transfer of wealth is all it is. If you look at all the programs, they're transferring wealth. But take this into consideration. The whole reason that we have inflation is because they put a lot of money.
Oh, Guru's here. I'm sorry. Hold on. Guru's here. Hey, Guru. I just happened to see him. Hold on there. North. Hold on there. What's he saying? I can't see that.
North America is being blown away, Mr. Brown. Did you flush the toilet again?
Only Guru. Only Guru. You want to come up, Guru? Just tell me and I'll send you the link. Go on, Frosty. I'm sorry.
Well, the reason we got inflation, as everyone knows, is they kept printing a lot of currency and flooding the market with currency. Well, that's what causes inflation. So what do they have to do? They have to raise interest rates. They have to raise interest rates to bring the inflation down. But why is it going to be so severe? Because these Democrats keep spending all this money. They give $20 billion away to Ukraine. They, you know, the student loan forgiveness. That's more spending. Their spending programs don't stop, and so that's why interest rates are going to be raised as high as they're going to be raised to try to get it under control. Is because they keep throwing fuel on the fire, and that's just going to prolong the recession. It's going to look more like a depression. So, I mean, what sense is there in that?
And this is done purposely. There's no doubt about it. It's done purposely, them spending money the way they are. You know, they don't care about the American people. They just care about their own selves, their own greed.
It's just pouring fire or gasoline on inflation is what it's doing when they spend like that, giving $20 billion away to Ukraine. I mean, you know, I think I've seen Rand Paul talking, and he told a story about, I believe it was Davy Crockett. Davy Crockett was in Congress, and there was a fire not far from where Congress was, and some of them decided to go down there and look at the fire and see if they could help. And they got down there, and it's like a bunch of buildings were on fire. A lot of people lost their homes, so they decided, well, geez, we ought to take some of the money that we got in taxes and help these people out. So later on, old David Crockett went back to Kentucky, I think was where he was from, and looking for votes to get reelected. And guy told him, he says, no way I'd vote for you. It's not your job to give away our tax money. He says, if you want to help those people, dig in your own pocket. And that's what really should be done. Dig in your own pocket and help them. But don't obligate the taxpayer to pay for them. I mean, you could go around the country and you can find all kinds of people and places where you could give tax money away to help people. But if you want to help people, people should dig in their own pocket and help them in that way. Now, for a huge storm like this, they have funds set aside for that. You know, they have funds set aside for these natural disasters. Here in Florida, we pay extra taxes that goes into a fund so these emergency electrical crews can get paid uh, out of that fund when these storm events happen. That's a reasonable thing to do. If you want to do it that way, that's reasonable. But you just can't go around picking this person and picking that person or this group of people, that group of people, and use our tax money to benefit them. That's not right. You want to benefit them? Dig in your own pocket. There's nothing wrong with digging in your own pocket.
Of all the money I've seen so far that they been voting in, I haven't seen nothing to help America out. Not one thing. Oh,
Well,
my apologies. Except for the illegals, they're getting everything for free.
well, that's not going to stop. That's not going to stop as long as these people currently are in power. They're going to give them the central bank digital currency and shove as much money in their accounts as they feel like to get their votes or whatever. And nobody will have a say in the matter.
People don't realize what that C.B.D.C is going to be. They have no idea. They're not doing their homework. If they did, they'd be in an uproar to find out they're going to be taking their money in a digital bank and telling them how to spend it. That's pretty good.
Yeah, your free will's gone. You don't have free will to spend your own money that you work for. I mean, that's kind of like being a slave, isn't it? The only difference is they actually put money in that digital account for your labor, but then they tell you how you have to spend it. That doesn't sound like freedom to me.
Mm-mm.
Sounds like a huge loss of freedom.
Yeah, alas. Well, just like the government does right now. They're talking about DeSantis. You know, you heard Joy Behar. You're talking about that. Oh, DeSantis says that it's a communist, you know, country. You know, when you have to borrow money, you know, well, you're not borrowing money. You're asking for the money that the government uses for taxes that we pay. You know, to help people like you down there. You know, in Florida. But the way they think, you know, well, we'll find out what happens. It's just they're going to play the sky game. You know, the sky's going to fall type of deal. You know.
Well, there's going to be a huge foreign debt crisis. It's going to be cataclysmic, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. It might be a significant event in that foreign debt crisis that will actually crash this global system to the point where they're going to step in and save you. But here's what they're saving you with. Their digital currency will be backed by nothing. Well, that's the problem that we have to begin with. We have currency backed by nothing. So why would you trade one failed system for another that's going to fail as well? It doesn't make sense. If people use their little bit of logic, they can see that it's just another transfer of wealth scam.
Well, currency is just paper money, which is fake. The real money is gold and silver. That's what they based it on, was basically gold, you know?
Well, you can have the paper. You can have the paper money, and money is backed by something.
Hmm.
Currency is backed by nothing but a promise. There's no tangible asset backing it, and who knows what kind of system they're going to use. But if it's not backed by anything, then it's a fiat. And if it's fiat, it's going to do what all fiats do. Eventually, it fails. They kick the can down the road for years and years, maybe, but eventually it fails. So you have another crisis, just like the one we're entering right now. So that's not a solution. That's not a reasonable, logical solution. It doesn't solve anything. It's just a continuing the same thing in a different way.
And the bad thing about it is this way that's coming up, that C.B.D.C is going to be nothing but control over your lives. That's the whole idea why they're implementing this C.B.D.C, you know? It's the only reason why, because like you said, the currency ain't worth a shit anyway. There's nothing to back it up. No tangible.
Well, there's nothing to back up the digital currency the central bank is going to offer you either. You know, if
Yep.
there is, they would be talking about it, but they're not. You know, they're trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. They're going to come out and say, "Well, this is how we can save you." Yeah, as long as you're willing to sign up for slavery, then that's what you'll have.
You won't be buying meat, you'll be buying bugs. Exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, that was another executive order from this administration. It's to support biomanufacturing. Well, what is that? You know, seeing what kind of insects they can grind up and add to your food.
And they're doing it right now with your flour, some of your flour. They're putting crickets in there. They bake it at a certain temperature, grind it up really fine, and put it in the flours. And we're eating it. We don't even know it. It's pretty good. They got a good system going, you know, called Shaft the American People. We eat the meat, you eat the bugs.
If they wanted to put some regulation on, they should put regulation on these packages that contain crickets, and you should have a little device in there that makes a cricket sound. So when you're walking down the aisle, if you want to pick up some cricket food, well, you can do it. You know right where it is.
Yeah. Oh,
Save you time. You don't have to look at the package to see what's in it.
we wrote some more stuff here. Let's see what he's got to say. Here we go. This is the problem. Oh, that was my glass set. This is the problem with representation instead of presentation. With representation, I can trade you a little piece of paper for a house because you received the piece of paper.
To be
Well,
worth something. Yeah, you perceive it to be worth something.
well, it's a tricky thing. Represents something other than the piece of paper. Represents something other than a piece of paper, and let's see what else he says. And that is the corporate game. In one sentence, go back to the pre-says. I think he's doing this purposely to me. Pre, pre,
Go back to the presentation. Yeah.
Present me an apple. I'll trade it with an orange, not a piece of paper that says 10 oranges on it. Well, that's tangible. You get something out of it. 10
Yeah.
oranges.
You're going to be eventually, if you're trading things for a piece of paper, eventually you're going to have to eat that paper. And it's not going to be any more healthy for you than the crickets.
No. The money's useless. It's just a piece of paper. That's all it is. And the corporations buy into it. That's the only problem. They force these corporations, and a lot of them, they're not forced into it. Hey, listen, we're going to start the C.B.D.C. Don't tell nobody about it, but we're going to start changing things real soon. Stop with the money and tell them you want to use the phone. Oh, you just pulled something else there. My money is brown because toilet paper is too expensive.
I think he's bagging up. I think he's bagging up his currency and taking it to the store to trade.
Either that, he's using it for toilet paper. Wow.
He's doing away with the toilet paper. He's going right for the product in the bag.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, I'm glad you made it out okay, Phil Frosty. I'm glad that nothing really happened to you down there.
Yep, I feel real fortunate.
Yeah, you did right. You did real good.
It's better to be prepared and not need it than be prepared and need it.
Yeah, yeah. You did good. You did damn good. Yeah. I was really surprised to hear from you tonight.
Well, I was surprised to be out of it in only 12 hours because the way they were talking, you're going to be out of power for days and this and that. And, there will be people that that does happen to, no question about it. But like I say, if you think this is global warming, I think that you're just not using your head. You're not thinking logically. Because if they couldn't predict what this storm was going to do, how are they going to predict what the weather is that is causing uh, the climate to warm? They can't, in my opinion. They can't. There's no computer model that can enter all the significant events around the world or the temperatures in every location. And there's no computer model that can do that with any accuracy.
Well, they're putting fear in people. That's all it is. Hey, if you vote for us, we'll go green. We're going to go all electricity, uh, solar, everything, battery, and it's not going to hurt the ozone, which they're right about. It's not going to, but it's not going to correct the weather. It's still going to be the same way.
Well, we've had hurricanes here for uh, on record hundreds of years. That's not going to change. They'll blow your windmills over. They'll blow the solar panels off your roof. And then what are you going to do? It's not about uh, the electric company coming in and restoring your power. Not at all. They can do that a hell of a lot faster than they can get new solar panels and ship them to you and have you uh, put them back in service. It'd be devastating to be in that kind of situation and relying on nothing but green power. And even if it's in other parts of the country, you look all over the country, you got houses falling off cliffs from rain in California. You've got droughts. You've got, the Missouri River flooding and people living in those flood zones, never moving out, get devastated, rebuild in the same spot. I mean, they're doing all this stuff that is, if they wanted to really help people, they shouldn't allow them to build in those spots to begin with. And, I don't think everybody should have to pay taxes to somebody who's foolish enough to live in the state of Florida. I mean, think about it. If you're not prepared to deal with the hurricane, don't come. But people come. They keep coming. It's a great state uh, to live in, mainly due to DeSantis. He's really stepped up and tried to help the people, unlike a lot of politicians, in my opinion.
Well, look at the difference of New York, California, Chicago compared to Florida. Even Detroit, where I live at, it's a shithole. It really is. No wonder people are moving to Florida and in Texas.
Yeah, they're moving there for the freedom
That's what it is. Yeah, and the
because
taxes.
they're not being dictated to down here like they are in other parts of the country. So I mean, it's worth going through a hurricane, just not be dictated to.
Oh yeah. Well, a lot.
Freedom's the most important thing you have, and they're trying to take it away from you.
Yeah, they're doing it too. They're doing it. What amazes me is these Democrats that voted Democrat, and now they're in your state. Florida. They ruined one state and they want to move it to a state that's not Democrat. It's a Republican. They want the freedom, but yet they voted Democrat. Now they're paying for it. Oh, I can't wait till tomorrow to hear all this stuff going on. Oh, we're gonna do good. Vote for us. This Green New Deal is gonna happen just like Florida if you don't do it. And yeah, it's gonna be a big narrative.
Yeah, never let a opportunity go to waste to run your narrative. That's the way they look at it. They're gonna use this for that purpose, but you know it's completely nonsense. It doesn't have anything to do with global warming, in my opinion. We get big storms here. You know, we do. We get big storms here. Like I say, 20 years ago it was Andrew. Look at Katrina. Look at I mean, we get we get significant weather events here. That happens in this part of the country. It's been happening for hundreds of years at least on record. So to say all of a sudden that it's global, remember when they used to talk about global warming and somebody would come up and say, well, it's snowing here. And they say, well, that's just a localized weather event. That's just a weather event. Well, they're all weather events. What are you talking about? Use your head a little bit. They're all weather events. Is the climate warming? Well, Earth goes through periods of warming and cooling. I mean, it happens. That's the way it happens. It's controlled by nature. It's not controlled by anything else. And if man-made CO2 is contributing to it, and you want to change that, dig in your pocket and go out and put your money on something. And if enough people will do that, power to them. But don't force people to do it, and don't force it too quickly if you do force them, because the government does everything with force. And that's what this central bank digital currency is going to be. It's going to be a force. It's the same thing as pointing a gun at you. You don't go along with their program, well, you won't be able to buy what you want or anything at all that they decide they don't want you to buy. There's no freedom there. You might as well just be a slave, because you sign up for that, you're signing up for your own slavery.
Yeah, they're like Jesse James without a gun. You know what I mean? The thieves. They are thieves, liars. They coerce people, into doing things you don't want to do. That's just the way the government is. And both parties are like that. Not just one, but both. But right now, the Democrats are showing their teeth.
And just use a little common sense. If too much money in the system is causing inflation, then you stop spending money. You don't give $20 billion to Ukraine. You don't give people uh, relief from their college loans. And that's just a couple of the programs. You don't give a bunch of money to somebody to subsidize biomanufacturing. You don't give money to these companies. It's our money. It's tax dollars. If Congress wants to give them money, they should be digging in their own pocket. They got millions. They want to help out, dig in their own pocket and help out. But there's nothing in the Constitution that says we have to do this. You know, where does it say that our tax money we're giving it up so it can be spent benefiting somebody besides ourselves.
Mhm. Yeah, I have not seen a change yet in America since they had this trillions of dollars, spent. All they're doing is paying off their friends. That's all they're doing. The unions, the manufacturers, corporations, people across the countries. Oh yeah, they're all making money.
The military industrial complex is tickled to death. The more money you give to Ukraine, that just means that it draws down uh, what we need to defend ourselves. So then they have to start writing contracts for them to produce. So they're making more money. They're making more profit off of producing and replacing everything that we're sending to the Ukraine. So I mean, they're happy as clams. That's what Eisenhower warned you about. Beware of the military industrial complex. Well, he was spot on. He was a general and a president. He knew exactly what he was talking about. And that's why you got these people rotating in and out of government and military contractors. And you got them rotating in and out of government in the financial system, working for private companies, going into government, getting out of government, going back to working for those financial companies. I mean, the wealthy are calling the shots. The politicians are just dancing like puppets on the end of the string.
Yeah, they're making money too, though, with it. I mean, they're making money too with this dancing on the string.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, they are.
maybe not as much as the elites, but I mean, they're making money and they're happy with it. Turn your backs and pass the law and don't say a word. That's exactly what's going on. And screw the American people. They don't know any better. We're stupid.
And these politicians want to campaign. They want to get the word out of there. So what does the news media do? They know that they can charge X amount of dollars to run the politician's ad, and they just keep raising the price of it. Look how expensive these campaigns are getting. They're into the billions of dollars now. Used to be into the millions of dollars. Boy, that was significant. Now some of these campaigns reach into the billions of dollars. Well, where does it stop? You know,
Mm,
everybody's everybody that is in these big corporations, they're making bank. They're happy as a clam, and they just keep raising their price.
because they'll keep paying for it. They'll keep paying for it. They're going after the blue states. I mean, the red states. Putting a lot of money in that. In the red states right now. They're just
Yeah,
flooding the money just to get rid of the blue. Not count the red states because the blue wants the states to change.
yeah, they want power. They want power. They want perpetual power.
And I'll tell you right now, the governor we have, Whitmore, shit, she ain't with a shit. One stone freaking lie after another. She killed a lot, just like Como. She had a bunch of senior citizens just die, because of this fake Kool-Aid stuff that was out there.
Yeah, and you had a creepy governor before that too, and I think she's now head of the.
Yep,
She's
Grandpa.
secretary of the energy department.
Hmm.
Look at
Yep.
look at her. Look at her who respond to the questioning when she's before a congressional committee.
Yeah, she was rotten too. You know what she did though?
Yeah.
So she got done being governor. She moved to California. Didn't care about Michigan. Bye. I got my retirement pay. Suckers. Yeah. And this is all they want. Just to sit in there, be rich and live comfortably, get a good retirement and go someplace else. It's a big game. That's all it is. Money, money, money. Yeah. It's I don't know. People want to fall into that category. Let them, be fooled. They don't know what slavery is. They're going to find out.
Well, people are waking up a little bit because you go by some of the stores and it's the non-perishable items that are sold out. So people are getting ready for some starvation times. And the smart ones, it's like the ant and the grasshopper, the ant is going to outlive that grasshopper.
Hmm. Yeah, you would have to use that for a scenario. Grasshopper. Okay. I guess the grasshopper ain't gonna live that long. He's gonna be baked and put in the flowers, you know.
Snatch the grasshopper from my hand. Oh,
Fatty,
you did it. Now it's time for you to leave.
you want some bag of flour?
Yeah, go eat your grasshopper. Go eat your cricket,
Yeah, yeah. It's just it's gonna be something. I want to, Now they said they're cooking the books up right now. They said that the Republicans are like 45% for votes, and the Republicans are 46. Well, they said it's more than that. It's like about 20% higher for the Republicans than the Democrats. So we'll see.
A lot of
We'll see.
propaganda out there. They're
Oh yeah,
trying to they're trying to they're trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. I mean, all you have to do is look around in your local area and you'll figure out what's going on. And if it doesn't match what they're saying, they're lying to you.
yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, this is why they're allowing these kids to break in stores. Over 100 kids broke in the store. I forget what Wow, what was it called? Was They just came in and just rampaged the whole freaking place.
A Wawa store?
Yeah, yeah. 100 kids. You could see them. They showed it on video on TV. They just ransacked that place.
And see, that's organized crime. And
Hmm.
none of them will go to jail, likely,
Nope.
or a small portion, if any at all. And if they do go to jail, they'll be out the next day to do the same thing. So what difference does it make?
Yeah. So I mean, where's your justice there, people? Really, where's your justice? And if you defend yourself against somebody and you're in the right, you're in the wrong. You go to jail. Not that person. If he's living, he'll get out of it and probably sue you. I mean, what kind of bullshit's that? Really?
Yeah, these woke prosecutors. They want to take the guy that is simply defending himself, and that Kyle Rittenhouse was a perfect example. I called him. What did I used to call him? The Kenosha Kid. Happened up there in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Well, he was found not guilty. Everybody knew he was not guilty, except for those who wanted to use him as an example to punish, so that nobody could have a right to defend their own life.
Did you hear about that incident with that preacher? I believe he was that he was against abortions, and the FBI came to his house and arrested him, guns and everything else. And the FBI says, no, we didn't use no guns. We just knocked on the door. Says he was arrested. His wife said the opposite. Said no, they came in with guns, and grabbed him just because he talked about pro-life.
Well, he didn't talk. It wasn't because he just talked about it. The guy got in his son's space. The guy got in his son's space. It was abusive towards him, and the old man stepped in and ended up pushing him or something like that. And guy still didn't get the message, so I guess he ended up doing something like that again, and he got pushed a second time, and he got hurt. Well, if you're in my personal space, you're threatening me. You're starting it. You're aggravating it, and you know. So there's got to be some consideration there. But they're going after him because it's political.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to end if he gets convicted, he'll be just another political prisoner.
11 years they talking about FBI just pushing the guy. Come on, you're right. That is political. I mean, that would just be a misdemeanor, pushing somebody.
Ordinarily, but there's some particular federal law about doing that at a certain establishment that makes it that would make it a federal crime supposedly. But yet they're going after this guy. But look at all the people that are committing these crimes. Like you said, 100 people go into Wawa. You know, 40 people shot in Chicago daily. Uh, why aren't they going after this? The really violent criminals. Yeah. Because they don't want to. It's political. It's political.
I hate to tell you this, but I'll tell you what, they're Satanists. They are. They're crazy. They're just totally Satanist people. I mean, they're allowing deaths, babies, and changing genders, and they don't say a thing. Don't say a thing about it at all.
They don't want
This
the
is
parents involved in the kid's life.
no.
They want the teachers. They want the maybe medical profession. Well, you know, those kids are the parents are responsible for them, and they'll make the parents responsible for them. Let your kid go out and do something. See who pays for it. Well, the kid don't have a job. He's not paying for it. Parents going to step in with responsibility, or maybe they're going to face charges on something so they can get their money or whatever. But no, they want to take the kids and do with them as they please without notification or any kind of consideration of the parent.
That's totally wrong. And you're right. If the kids cause trouble, the parents are in trouble. But the teachers do something, now it's the parents' fault. You know, just don't seem right to me. You can't defend your own
Well,
kids. It's bullshit.
it's not right. It's part of the chaos.
Yeah, it's. I'm telling you, it's really it's black arts. Is what it is. They just wow, man, unreal. It's scary. People better start waking up to find out what's really going on. And you know, if you get a rhino like uh, Lindsey Graham and Mitt Romney, kick them out. The heck with them. You know, they ain't do you no favor.
And people have to take responsibility for themselves. Is the bottom line.
Yeah, yeah. Can't blame the government for something you don't even do yourselves. You know,
You
that's
can't
true.
depend on them to do something for you. You
Nope, no.
better depend on yourself. That's where it starts.
Yep, it does too. You know, the only thing you can do right now is vote them suckers out and hope the best. That's all you can do. Because if you don't, you are going to get that seat. Well, you're going to get it anyway, I think. Well, it sounds like it's in the works right now, right? The
Let's
pilot.
see. Oh, the pilot program for
Yeah.
central bank digital currency starts in supposedly July is the schedule. They'll implement it all across government. So everyone in government will have an account. And when government agencies exchange anything of value, it'll be done through those accounts. The budget funds will be distributed through those accounts. They'll try and work the bugs out, and then they'll try to get more and more people involved. They'll get more and more corporations involved. They won't. You go into a store, you'll see signs, no cash accepted.
Damn. Then they're going to force everybody to. You're going to have a certain date to put your money into them, the fake money, and they'll give you credit on it. Because if you
It's
don't, the money's
possible.
yeah,
Yeah,
the money's yeah, exactly
it's
what.
possible. You know, it would fall right in line with what they're trying to do. So, I mean, anything's possible. We don't know exactly what they're going to do yet, but the they're dealing themselves all the cards. Let's put it that way. They're always going to hit four aces, and you're always going to have three twos. So they're going to win, and you're going to lose.
Yeah, we're going to have a dead man's hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna have.
A number of people will. No question about that in my mind.
Yeah, it's getting bad. It's not gonna get any better if people don't start waking up. They want America to be free. You better start doing something about it. Start standing up for your rights. Do it peacefully, but whatever you got to do, do it. You know, because your government don't give a damn about you. They just care about their own wallets, and they get paid off to do it. And if you believe in that Green New Deal, you can just forget about it because if you look John Kerry, Obama, they're right by the ocean there. So if we had global warming in the Atlantic, or I should say, I'm sorry, the Antarctic is melting. Why would they live so close to the ocean? Even Nancy Pelosi lives close to the ocean.
And why would these big Hollywood types be buying these huge yachts and stuff like that? I mean, look at their carbon footprint there. They're all for this Green New climate change stuff, and yet they'll go out and spend millions, if not billions, on a yacht that you know 100 people just for one day's operation would be enough fuel for 100 people to do everything they want in their house. It's crazy. It's hypocrisy at its finest.
Well, yeah, the rich people don't associate with the poor like we do. We're just nothing but bums to them. And a perfect example is Martha Vineyard when they had 50 of those illegals come in there and they kicked them right out. 120 soldiers grabbed them and goodbye. Took them to the fort. They want nothing to do with them in Martha Vineyard. Oh, we
Oh
don't
yeah.
have enough places for them to stay. It's a resort. What the Lions suckers.
Obama has an 8-bedroom house. There's only 4 people living there. He had plenty of room for some.
Oh yeah, he even had a tent outside too for his party. A big, huge tent for his
Yeah.
birthday party, his 60th birthday party.
See, he could have dug in his pocket and he could have helped him out of his pocket. Why does our taxes have to go to that?
Mm.
They want to help him, help him. Power to them. Dig in your own pocket. Don't be digging in the taxpayer's pocket.
Do you know how much money would be saved if they just regulated our taxes properly? Without being big government. We'd
Well, if
save a
they
lot of money.
just spend on what they have coming in and limit themselves to that, and then they don't have all this debt that they have to kick the can down the road on, paying off the interest. They can't pay off the loan itself. They surely can't pay off the interest. So what do? They borrow a bigger and bigger amount each time so they can pay that previous loan off. And then they're still going into debt. They're still spending and going into debt. So they have to borrow more next time. That doesn't last when you don't have real money that is backed by something. When you just have currency backed by nothing but the promise, what's the promise worth? You know, how many politicians get up there and make promises and never follow through on them? Most of them, 99.9% of them, making promises they can't keep. But it
You mean
sounds good
you mean they lied to me?
over and over again.
Oh my God, that's it. I'm done. you know, it's just a revolving door for them people. And but the bad thing about it is you don't pick the people who wants to run. They just pick themselves and run. It's
Oh
always
yeah,
the rich people, always the rich.
yeah. It's
It's never the average schmo.
They decide who the candidate is going to be. You're not voting for the candidates. If there was a list of 20 candidates, do people get a vote on which one they want, and the people get to select them? No. The political parties within the political party, it is decided who will run.
Hmm.
It's not up to us. It's up to uh, those in power, those elites, wealthy, whatever you want to call them. They're the ones that pick the candidate.
It's a scam. It's a scam, people. A big scam.
And you won't vote your way out of it because the Republicans are different than the Democrats. But look at Mitch McConnell. Of that? Didn't he approve of that 20 billion going to Ukraine?
I believe he did. I believe he did.
So,
Yeah.
so the party doesn't matter. It's the bird.
They told Kentucky, do not vote for Mitch McConnell because he's a two-faced, and he is. He's like Joe Manchin, Lindsey Graham, and Mitt Romney. You know
Yeah.
exactly, but they voted in for him anyway. And now look what they get. They got the shaft. It's it's all politics. It's just right. Politics meaning the word politics means lie, steal, and do whatever they can do over the American people. It does not benefit the American people. And then I like to tell people something too. We're not anti-government, not per se. We love America. Both of us are vets, military vets. But what we don't like is the way our government is running, and they're getting away with it rampantly.
What we like is freedom. We'd like to see us have the ability to keep them and not be dictated to. Not these mandates are ridiculous. If they can mandate something, they'll mandate it. If they could, everything is everything is backed by force. You either do it or we'll force you to do what we want you to do. I mean, and if you look at every program, it's always a transfer of wealth. Every program they come out with, they're transferring wealth from some place to another, usually from the taxpayers into a select group of people, whether it be a corporation like Solyndra, when Obama gave a bunch of tax money to that company and then it went bankrupt. He's not the only one that's done that, you know.
These people that run for office don't give a damn about us. All they care about is just the plushness. You know, they don't do any work. They delegate their work. They don't do anything other than just talk.
Yeah. What the government takes in taxes, they treat it like a slush fund. If they want to go out and have pizza, they do. They want to fly around the world, they do. It's just a slush fund. And when they spend all that money and they still need more, what do? They borrow it from the Federal Reserve at, at paying interest on it too. And then when they get their tax money, not enough to pay the loan, they borrow more every year. Borrow more, borrow more, borrow more, deeper and deeper and deeper into debt until you can't go into debt anymore. And that's pretty much where we're at. And that's why you see all these countries with their currency in trouble as the dollar is shooting off like a rocket, devaluating all these other countries' currencies. Now they got to scramble. I mean, there's countries in serious, serious financial trouble. The protests in Iran are probably over money more than they are over political issues.
It's a big game. It really is. And the fight inflation, they got to get themselves more credit. It's just like you having 3 credit cards. One's maxed out, so you use the other one to pay the first one. You know, but you still got to pay the first one eventually, or the second one. It's just because of the tax on the taxes more and more and more. It does. You know, I don't know. It's wow. What a game.
Yeah.
But the bad thing about it is if they want more money, they tax us for no reason at all. They want a
Oh, yeah.
raise. They get a raise.
If they put those transmission lines in like they're talking about, they're going to use government money to do it, taxpayers' money, or money that they borrowed from the Federal Reserve because taxpayers didn't have enough money to send them. So Your tax money's paying for it. Now the customer who's going to be using that energy through those transmission lines, he's going to be paying for the total cost of it also. It'll be spread out again. So he's been taxed twice on the same thing. And
Oh,
you
yeah.
got these people making 40, 50,000, $60,000 a year. They can't afford that. You'll have energy bills like they have in England right now in the UK. Go up 800%.
Oh, did you hear about something about a pipeline being blown up purposely
No.
to stop the Ukraine or something like that? Or I forget what's the name of that. I gotta check it. But yeah, they blew up a pipeline in the ocean, and
Wow.
it's connected to Russia to I don't know exactly if it was UK or France. I don't know. I missed half of it, but they blew up. You know, and the United States says Russia did it, and Russia's saying the United States did it. You know, so I don't know who did what, but yeah, the pipeline in the ocean got blown up.
That could be like a uh, Gulf of Tonkin event, you know. Oh, he did it. Oh, no, he did it.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're in a war. It's,
Mm-hmm. I'm going to feel sorry for the people now. They'll have no pipeline, you know, no gas pipeline. You can see it shooting out of the water, the gas, you know. Stupid people. And the bottom line, who's going to get hurt? The poor, the average person.
the working guy.
Mm-hmm. And who's not going to get hurt is the people in power, the ones who caused all this shit, because they don't get touched. We do. They should be the first ones to be hurting, not us. They would stop that bullshit, but they don't. They put laws in themselves not to hurt.
Well,
No comment.
they put laws in for their own pay raise, you know,
Yep.
so they can get the, you know, they don't want to have to fight for that every year. So let's just make a law so we don't have to. And we get this pay raise.
Why?
And
Because what have you got?
whatever cost of living raise you get is a cost of living raise for the past, not the future. Yeah. So you get a certain amount of money now on the cost of living, but the cost of living outpaces that. So you're always behind. You're always losing money. You're always reduced. Your standard of living is continually year after year being reduced. And that's just a fact.
You hear about the pyramid scheme before, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I think it was with that RRA and that 401k plan. I think it was just a pyramid scam.
Yeah. They wiped out trillions of dollars right out of that market. And people who are going to retire in the next year or two, well, that won't be happening.
No.
And it hasn't hit the bottom yet. You know, you could be down around, you could be below 20 before this is all over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel sorry for these kids that are putting into this, who are working, who's putting into this Social Security for themselves. You know, they're shafted. They'll never see it. They'll never see it. Dirty, rotten people. Our government is.
Well, when they change this money system, it's hard to say what's going to happen. But it won't be good. When you give everybody else all the power, there's no balance of power. You have no say in what you really. If the government decides that the economy needs to be stimulated and people need to buy, they already tested it in China. They'll give you limits. In other words, you either spend this money that we're giving you within 30 days. So you're going to have to go out and buy a bunch of stuff you probably don't want, maybe don't need, just so your money isn't going to disappear. Because if you don't buy it within 30 days, it will be removed from your account. Well, this is money you work for. How crazy is that?
Yeah, and they'll tell you what to buy too, what not to buy. It's it's a no-win situation right now.
Well,
It's
I've heard solutions, but you know, none of them, none of them can really say what the solution is going to be. So once again, being diversified, maybe you'll have a little piece of it if you diversify. Maybe you buy gold, silver, maybe you buy digital, maybe you buy real estate, maybe, you know, you park your money around in different assets, tangible assets. And however it shakes out, you might have a piece of it.
probably very little, but you'll have something out of it.
Yeah, who knows what?
Well, I know
It's
for a fact that these rich people, they go to that 500 uh, S&P, whatever they call the damn thing, and they get tax-free. I don't know. I can't think of the name of the damn thing offhand now, but tax-free. For
capital
their.
gains,
Thank
capital
you.
gains or whatever.
That's it. Yeah, they get it for free, but not us. But you got to have billions of dollars for that, no doubt. Or millions, one of the two. I'm not quite sure, but I know they get it tax-free. So they're scamming the American people bad. They really are. But the American people are not saying anything. I mean, look at our family values now. You know, I beeped the horn one time with some kids playing ball in the street. They gave me the finger because I interrupted the game. Hell, it's my street. What the, you know. But yeah, I mean, mother and father can't take care of their kids because they're too busy working, trying to fix up the house, clean, buy things. Don't know, and they're trusting in their teachers to teach the kids right. They're not even doing that right. Shit. I mean, like me and you, when we were young, man, we had a mother at home. We got in trouble, we know about it.
Yeah,
Wait till I tell your dad. Oh boy.
there were times we played in the street too. I remember it well. But when we saw a car coming, we all knew to get out of the street and let them go by. Guys just trying to get off work and go home. You don't give them a finger. You don't disrespect them. You get out of the street, let them pass, and then go about your game.
Yeah.
But now they're entitled. They feel entitled. Oh, you can't interrupt us just because you want to get home and get a shower and have something to eat after a hard day's work. Don't you know we're entitled to this street if we feel like
Yeah, this is our street. We took it over. Even though it has no name on it, but it doesn't have our name on it. It says Mary Street, but it's still our street.
it?
Yeah.
Mary, get out here. We're going to solve this.
Yeah. Is this your street? Is this your street? Oh man. Well, I'm just kind of looking forward to seeing this. See what happens with this ordeal.
Oh, it's going to be rolled out all warm and fuzzy and furry. It's going to be like a bunny rabbit. You're just going to want to have one. You're going to want to pet it.
Oh boy, I
Yeah.
just
And before it's all done, you'll be looking at a grizzly bear ripping ripping the skin off you with his claws and biting at your neck.
oh yeah, they're gonna buy into it. I know it. Oh man, we gotta use our phone. It's easy. We get paid today. Wow, this government is fantastic. We get it for free. Wow, the government's gonna put it like this. Well, we're in hyperinflation. We got to do it this way. We got to go through C.B.D.C. We got to do it to save
We got
America.
to we got to save America. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yep. That's how they're gonna buy into it. Yeah. When they themselves, instead of blaming themselves, they're going to blame it on the war. Well, it was Russia that did this to us. We had to spend the money. Her ass.
We're
Charity begins
doing
at home.
we're doing it to save the planet. We're going to save the planet. Well,
Yeah.
dig in your own pocket. Dig in your own pocket and save the planet. But are you doing that? Oh, hell no.
I don't see the billionaires either. Bill Gates digging in their pockets. I don't see Mark Zuckerberg digging in his pockets. George Soros. I don't see him digging in his pockets. Hell, I don't see Mitt Romney. He's worth 250 billion. He's not digging in his pockets.
What did he give to the refugees? Do you know? The so-called refugees coming across the border. What did he give to them? What did he dig in his pocket? And he's got hundreds of millions in the bank. How many millions did he dig in his pocket and spend to help out those refugees? Or
He
those?
didn't give him a penny, not one penny. Nothing.
How much did Obama spend for those people in Martha Vineyard? Did he dig in his pocket, or was that our tax money again?
Oh, he hit when that happened. He let that lady do all the talking, on TV. He hit. He couldn't say nothing. That would have made him look like a two-face, but he sure didn't help him out, did he?
Nope. Yeah. There's never a time.
Oh, God bless is on here. Oh, what's going on here?
Give him a link if you can. See if he'll come up and tell us what's happening in the UK.
By the U.S. Nord Stream. Oh, it's the Nord Stream. That's right. The gas pipe. That's right. It's Nord Stream. Hold on. I'll give him a link too. Hold on. Sorry. I shut my... Yeah, he says, missed phone call. Give me a link. You got any money? Hey,
If
we
he's
got
in
him
Great
now.
Britain, he probably doesn't. All he has is currency.
Yeah.
They're in hell of a shape. They're in big trouble.
Yeah. People don't realize that. I don't look at my board, all the time because there's nothing else happening in that. Hold on.
They're in the same situation.
Yeah.
They need to raise interest rates to get inflation under control, but yet they keep spending. They're all doing this purposely in order to cause extreme amount of pain to the average person. And then they're going to tell everybody that they've come up with the solution and they're going to step in and save them.
Oh, yeah.
What a bunch of nonsense.
Such a deal, man. Hey, we're going to be saved. You know that, Frosty?
Oh my.
God, was he fast. Wow. Hello?
Where's my bunny rabbit? I want to stroke it.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Hey, UK. How's it going?
What's going on then? Is this a second live stream from last night or something for you guys, or this morning? Because that's not like you just come on this time of morning, so you must be continuing another stream.
No.
What's happened to the Vampire Club?
I found your blood.
Some of them were put to sleep.
How you doing, guys? Good to see you both.
Good.
Well, in case you didn't know, Frosty just got back from a hurricane party in Florida.
That must be the Biden conference because there's a lot of wind there.
Yeah.
and flatulence.
Check his drawers. They're probably wet. So it was a wind and rain event.
Yeah. So tell us about the Nord gas stream. You probably know more about it than I do.
Yeah,
What's going on with that?
So basically, oh my goodness, I can't believe people that the media is I can actually. They're trying to spin it that
excuse me.
Russia had done it.
So hold on, can you speak a little bit louder?
Oh, you want me to turn my mic up? Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Let me just see. Normally it's quite quiet, but it's too loud for everyone. Let's go settings. Audio, mic volume, testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
There we go.
Yeah.
Is that too loud or just right?
Okay, go on. I'll keep quiet.
Okay. No, I just said, is that okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's okay. Yeah.
Okay. So
Sounds good to you, Frosty.
Now you got to remember. I mean, I don't know what you've read, but everyone knows who's done it. It's like, like you got a house, and then some neighbours can hear the wife scream their head off, and the doors are all locked, and she's locked in there with a guy who's beating her up, saying he's going to kill her. Then the police turn up, they break the door down, and the wife's dead on the floor. Who are you going to blame?
The husband, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. So, going back to the Nord Stream, there's only one country, I'm sorry to say this, has been threatening to stop all this and threatening other countries to use Russian fuel, and that's Biden. And that's they've openly said it. There's lots of clips and news stuff where he said, that the Germany or the European Union have been relying on Russia gas for so long, and it's got to stop. We will stop it. And then, so I mean, look, think about it, right? The Nord 1 and 2 gas pipe streams that go across that are supplied by Russia. If they blew it up themselves, that's it. It's like they had a grocery store and set fire to it. They can't make any money anymore because they've destroyed all their products. All they had to do was just like lock the doors or say like just turn the tap off. That's all they had to do.
That's right.
So why are they going to blow it up? Come on. It's ridiculous. And the reason why we got a shortage of gas in Europe, UK, we shouldn't be smoke and mirrors. It's nothing to do with it. We only get 4% at most from Russia. But what we do is we get it, we buy it. But because we haven't got the storage in the United Kingdom, we pay for it to be stored in Norway. So we're paying storage costs on our own gas. And we only have 4%. But like I said to you, the West put on sanctions on Russia so they can't supply places like Germany and across Europe. So you can't blame Russia for people freezing this winter.
No, I'm not blaming it on Russia. No, I believe it on the United States. I know how crooked they are. I agree with you. They all have to do is shut off the pipe.
It's just your, the Democrats. So I just don't trust them. There's every time they come into power, there's many, many wars and deprivation, and it is what it is. Prosperity goes when that comes in, and there's so much that they're covered using this, smoke and mirrors, using this excuse of Russia coming in on their special operations. It's not a war; it's special operations to stop ethnic cleansing and genocide of people in Ukraine by their own government. It reeks of history repeating itself. 1939. Got to look further back into the story to understand it. Like I said months ago, if you walked into the bar and you see me there, you just walked into the bar, you don't know me, and you see me getting this guy, and grabbed him by the back of the hair, and I was smashing his face onto the bar, and he's passed out, he's on the floor, I was stamping on his head, and the guy's out, and he's bleeding everywhere. You probably think, well, I'm going to go and help that guy, but what the backstory is, you don't know, my little girl just went into the toilet, and this guy just raped her. And that's the kind of situation where I'm trying to tell people about what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. And some of it's unbelievable, but it's, the way the media and the West is spinning it. Like this latest story about Russia threatening to use nukes. Oh, hold on a minute. You'll see there's posts. Zelensky came on television. He does his nightly little things, and he demands that the USA nuke Russia before they even get a chance to launch their missiles. How do you establish when you think? I'm not lying to you. I've seen him say it in his own words, or exaggerating, or twisting the story, or Chinese whispers. He demands that that Russia be nuked. He's using you guys, and then and Biden as well. And who's the one's going to fucking suffer?
We don't follow his narrative. Believe me. Whatever they say, we just know it's the opposite. For instance, we know about the 9/11 incident. We know who did that. The government.
Well, I haven't seen Biden. Sorry to butt in, but I haven't seen Biden say one word about. No, we will make that decision. There's been Congress and everything else. Nothing's been said about. No, we're not going to use nuclear war. Not once has the Biden administration said anything about that. And there's been loads of times they've had the opportunity, they've been asked, and they've not answered the questions. And there you go, another 20 billion. There you go.
Oh yeah, they just paid. Yeah, we just talked about that today. Did you see about that C.B.D.C? Did you know about that?
Elaborate a little bit on that, please.
Central bank digital currency.
Elaborate a bit more on that, on the topic.
You better read up on it. It gets confusing. You better read up on it because
What-
your go on.
I'll elaborate just a little bit
Okay.
on it.
Go ahead.
They're trying to roll out basically a central bank digital currency to replace the current financial system.
Okay.
So all these central banks around the world will be connected, and it's basically your one world order through financial control. And it's the same thing that Rothschild back in the day said. Give me control of your money and the supply, and I care not who makes the laws. Because if you control the money, then you can force people to do whatever you want them to do.
Oh yeah. Well,
So
if you control the heat, the energy,
No,
you've got
no,
one
yeah,
forever.
no. You don't understand. It's the
Yeah,
money
I know,
part,
I know.
and it's in your neighborhood, UK.
Yeah.
That's doing it. Called Delito.
Deloitte.
Delight. Is that what it is?
They're not causing it. They're
No.
advisors. They
Yeah.
are advisors. They got their computers. You know, they're a huge financial company or accounting firm, more or less, and they're the ones that are advising them how to do this. At the World Economic Forum, they're advising them how to take control of people through the financial system. They can make them do whatever they want. And some countries have already implemented their pilot program, and some are preparing to. And the U.S. is preparing to. They're going to roll out their pilot program in July. And I'm not sure about the UK, but they're definitely making preparations for a pilot program.
I've not heard anything in the mainstream media, man. But then again, that's
So
probably
they won't talk about it.
No, it's probably been buried in all the other bullshit to the smoke and mirrors that they're putting forward. You know, like our interest rates and people now won't be able to afford to buy a house, and they got to prove that they can. Oh, it's a bit of a mess.
They're doing this purposely to get us into hyperinflation.
Yeah, and control us. It's all about control. Look, lockdowns and all these other things, wearing a mask and having this and having that, and the jibber jabber, you know, and all. It's all about, you know, like that's what I just mentioned about the heat and the fuel and stuff. It's all about making us fearful, making you scared. You know, easily more controllable, like slaves. Just the same as slaves.
Here's the bad thing about that. If they do have control of your money, they're going to tell you when to buy, what to buy, and how to buy. And if you don't like it, they'll cut off your money. That's it.
And then people like us, like New Guru and that, will start doing our little bartering. You know, people know who's got a vegetable pot. Another one's got you grow potatoes, I'll grow carrots. You know, and all these kind of things. It's all, you know, the spirit of man always finds a way, I believe.
Yeah, but you got people packed in these urban centers, and they're not going to grow anything. They wouldn't know how to grow. They wouldn't know how to grow a flower. They'd grow tomatoes like Bill Brown did.
In a bucket, yeah. That was terrible. Doggone poor Billy. I can't believe he did that.
He probably went outside and, you know, because someone else is in the toilet, so he thought I'll just have a piss up in a drain and got the tomatoes mixed up.
Oh man, it was the worst. I'd rather put them in the ground. I told him, I said, no more. If I'm going to do anything, it's going to be in the ground, not in the bucket. But this is how bad it's going to be with you in UK. I mean, you think you're hurting now. You wait till they have control of your money. They'll tell you what to do with it. You know, either that, they'll cut you off and have nothing at all. Nothing. No medical insurance, no nothing.
It's medical insurance anyway. But, you know, it's just, they're trying to make it a cashless society. I mean, that's one of the things when we had the Kool-Aid. You know, they're trying to make it into a cashless society. Then it didn't work then. There's just a little certain of rebellion in the UK. We you know, like I said, we ruled 3/4 of the earth once. So we're still a nation of fighters in some respects for our rights. Although that's when now they're trying to weaken all our children's thoughts with always wokeism and PC brigades and bollocks like that. But not all kids like that.
The mainstream media will not even talk about this, but that, from what I understand, they've actually tried to implement it in Australia. They're trying to implement it, but I'm not 100% sure. But I think I read something where that was happening there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But nobody's reporting on it. Nobody is. So the media is just as corrupt as these politicians.
I had wrote to one of the news crews, popular news crews, about it on their messages. You know, where you can write comments on there. Deleted. I went back in an hour. It was gone. So they're trying to hide it. The C.B.D.C. They don't want no one to know about it. They're trying to keep quiet as much as they can. I showed the proof to Frosty what I did. I was right to him.
And these central banks, they're private organizations. They're unelected. So your power is going to be in the hands of the unelected. all these senators, congressmen, prime ministers, whatever, they're going to get paid from the central bank. They're going to have their own account with the central bank. That's how they'll get paid. Do you think they won't do what the people controlling the central bank tell them to do? That's just crazy. Of course they'll do whatever they tell them, or they won't, or they'll cut their account off. They won't get paid.
And the Vatican knows more about it because right now the Vatican told everybody to get all their money and give it to them. They're going to put it in a vault before September 30th of this month. Pope Francis told them that. And he's not saying nothing to nobody about it.
So it's in the works. That's what those World Economic Forum and stuff's all been about. They've been putting these plans into place.
And that's why they're spending so much money, because this is what they want. This is exactly what they want. And if they do that, that's going to be a one world order. One world bank, one world order.
So you got inflation out of control, and the way to get it under control is raise the interest rates. But if they keep spending, what does that do? That means you got to keep raising the interest rates and prolong all the agony that they're going to put people through.
So I would definitely look under C.B.C if I was you, and really look at it hard, because it's coming. This is the whole game. This is the whole plan right here of why they're doing this. And you can thank Frosty for that one. He's the one who caught it.
UK Central Bank of Digital Currency, Bank of England. So yeah, I will look into it. It's a cryptocurrency type thing anyway. So
yeah, it is.
You won't touch no money at all. It's strictly your phone, and eventually they're going to put a chip on your arm to do all the transactions. They're doing it right now in Silicon Valley. They're testing it out with employees. And they think it's cool.
yeah, that's computer nerds. So, I mean, yeah, it probably will. I mean, it's the way they spin it. I mean, there's a little saying I remember. The forest was shrinking, but the trees kept on voting for the axe.
Yeah, there you go.
I like
For
that.
the axe, hang on. For the axe was clever and convinced the trees that because his handle was made of wood, he was one of them.
Yeah, that's perfect.
The only problem, they won't implement it. You watch, people will be scared to death, and if you get enough of them, they're going to start it. If people don't bow down, they don't bow down to that C.B.D.C, then we're okay. But I have a feeling a lot of people are going to buy into it. You don't put a scare factor into them.
If you get any payments from the government, if you're on welfare, if you're on Social Security, if you're in the military, if you're a retiree from the military or a veteran with disability or any of these things, you're going to have to sign up for and get your own central bank account. And that's how you're going to get paid. There's no other way.
And there's another deal too. If you get paid underneath the table, that's going to be stopped too. They'll know exactly what your transactions are and where you're at all times.
And not only, it's a big privacy issue because not only will the central bank have all the information, but all these provider companies that they're going to use to make the infrastructure to make these transactions, they're going to have all your information available to them too. Now, would you turn all your information over to all these various platforms in social media? It'd be the same thing. What would they do with it? They're already censoring the hell out of people.
And if you screw up, if you go protesting or whatever, and they find out that they get an image of you, they'll cut you off automatically and try to call them up because there won't be no number to call them. There will be no way of getting a hold of these people, just like YouTube, Google, and the rest of them. There's no way of getting a hold of them. They get a hold of you, but you can't get a hold of them. I mean, Frosty and I, we studied on this pretty heavy. And this is what they want. And again, they're not elected, so you can't vote them in, you can't vote them out. He's reading up on it. I know he is.
Who, me? No. Just it's a bit early for me. I just done a school run, so I'm just having a few cups of wake me up.
Well, you're at school. You're at school right now. Listen to your teachers. Get the dunce hat, will you? Get the dunce hat, will you, Frosty?
I think you need some trans surgery there.
Trans surgery.
Well, they just closed down. Actually, you mentioned that they just closed down this clinic that they closed down twice before. They let it reopen, where they've been giving little young children these puberty blockers and getting their surgery arranged. But there's been so many suicides and depression from these children that have been coerced into this, that they just closed it down again. So we're waiting to see if it reopens again, but hopefully not. But yeah, that's been a thing in Britain just lately.
And they should. They should. There's no right you should change a person's gender, especially when they're young. They don't know any better.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, when I was younger, give me a good woman, you know.
I mean, there's a thing over in America, actually, just recently where they had these transgender, whatever they are, characters, people performing to children. You know, they're doing it on stage, making it into like a game, you know, like a play, like a pantomime. And it was in the news today, actually, that one of the children went up to this black guy, but he's a woman. He thinks like he portrays himself as a woman and started rubbing his crotch. There's been a bit uproar in America about it. I don't know if you heard about it. Anyway.
No, I didn't hear nothing about it.
Funny enough, right? This is the truth. In the newspaper, it gives you a link to the YouTube video. But it says it's banned in my country. I thought that's okay because I've just used my unblock it. And I clicked on it, and that's how I found out you was on stream. It went to your stream. I swear to God. It's bizarre because I didn't get a notification that you was live. So, not saying you're transgender or anything, but so you got it going on. Now, how they got these characters on stage, you know, like Walt Disney princess, you know, all like the Disney characters, you know, the Sleeping Beauty and stuff like that. So they're promoting this transgender, and you can be a boy, could be a girl, girl could be a boy, or whatever you want to be. But they're using characters from Disney to promote it. So, you know, so these children say, oh, look, it's a princess. And all girls want to be a princess, don't they, when they're a little kid?
Yep.
So see how they're grooming. It's grooming.
Yeah.
That should be banned. Yeah.
Like Simon and Gomorrah. Exactly.
Grooming for dysfunction.
So yeah, just triggered a story. I remember reading this morning. Yeah, so we both got loads of shit going on.
Well, again, does your government really care about your children? No. Are they trying to set an agenda? Yeah. They're trying to steal their lives is what they're trying to do. Destroy it. They don't care.
Well, weaken and confuse. Like I said, divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about divide and conquer.
You know what?
All of
I'm going to get a cup of coffee. All right, Frosty, it's all yours. You're in control, buddy. I'll be back.
Yeah.
I'm right back.
Well, I can't share power. I have to have it all.
How much money do you want this time?
I think he wants votes. He doesn't want money. He wants votes.
Yeah, because with votes, I can steal as much money as I want.
Oh, talking of votes, did you hear what happened in the Donbass and Luhansk area of eastern Ukraine?
No.
No.
I haven't heard.
What happened?
For 5 days, they've been voting to either again. They did. This is what kicked this war off. Well, special operation, because in 2014, where the Ukrainians were treating Ukrainian people so badly, because Ukraine used to be part of Russia, they did a big vote, and they overwhelmingly voted to go back to Russia. They wanted to be part of Russia again, because the Ukrainian government was stealing and thieving from everybody and murdering people. So they wanted to go back to Russia, and they were denied that democratic vote. Anyway, so they've just done it again. For the past 5 days, there's been people from all around the world, international observers, who have no allegiance to either side, just to make sure they're voting, because the West was saying, USA and UK was saying that women are being raped by the Russians to make sure they vote for Russia, and people being shot and beaten and talked. None of that took place. Lots and lots of legal observers. Some of these people that did this job to make sure everything was done democratically have lost their jobs back in their homeland, Western ones. Anyway, so I'm diversifying. The 98%, apparently, the votes have been counted, and overwhelmingly, these areas want to be rejoined to Russia. And it's going to take place, I think. So they got no choice. So that should stop what's going on, because that's why Russia went in. They unlike the rest of these Western countries, they don't forget their own. They look after their own people. I mean, say what you want to say about Putin and the government there. They look after their own. They make sure they're fed. They're not going to be cold this winter. They're not going to be down at food banks. And even the people that was in Ukraine. Now, also, there's plenty of videos out there you can see. In these areas where the Ukrainians, over the past 9 years, have been bombing their own citizens' cities and towns and villages. It's that, and the Ukraine are asking for, Zelensky's asking for 781 billion, although economists have estimated it being at 107 billion to rebuild it. So I don't know where that extra 600 billion is going. Anyway, an offshore account, no doubt. It's Russia that have actually come in, and they're building everything out of their own pocket. They're repairing the Ukraine, destruction that they've caused on their own people. It's Russia coming in to do it. I mean, I sound like a right communist or whatever, or what, you probably think, is he or something? Sorry?
Could you do me a favor, UK, with all this that you're talking about? Can you give us a picture or some sort of documentation on this so people can actually see this?
Oh, I put it on my Facebook all the time, but you're not Facebook, are you? I can probably copy and paste some links, but that's through Facebook now. So, I'll tell you what I can do. I'll give you a couple of people you can follow on YouTube that are quite good.
Could you put it on the link over here then?
Oh, yeah. I'll put it in the main. Hang on a minute.
I'm going to get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, Frosty, I'll leave you alone. It's all yours, Frost.
Link away.
Right, hang on a second. There's 3 good ones. There's 3 really good ones. Let me just go to home. Let me go to this one. They're on YouTube. Now, I tell you what, unfactual, because you know what the YouTube police are like. They, you know, that they would have taken it down. Right, so let me go back to the main chat. Let me go to that. Here's one, and that's called, well, you can see it, the New Atlas. This is a good one. But I've got 2 other ones that are really good as well. And then the thing is, you get the YouTube channel stuff that's watered down, that it can't go too much on, some graphic content. And then they have, if you look in their link description, you'll see things like Rumble and what's the other one? Telegram. And you get a much more bigger, truer story, less watered down, because otherwise they get a strike on the main one. Let me get you another one. Hang on a minute. Oh, he's good as well. Yeah, I could give you that one. Earl Grey. These are English people or American people that are doing this. Copy. If I go, that one. Give me a mo. And then Graham Phillips. Yeah, go get up Graham Phillips. Graham Phillips.
Well, we only get one side of the story.
Exactly. Yeah, look what happened with as soon as it started, they banned all the media, like RTL, which is a very balanced Russia Today, very balanced reporting. This guy now, I'm just posting. He's from England, right? He's a British guy, and he's gone over there to report the other side, and they've revoked all his banking, his passport, and everything. Graham Phillips, very good guy. They're trying to. Now he's the one who interviewed one of these mercenaries that came from England. Now you got to remember, right? You know, people say, "Oh, these brave guys from America and England going there to help fight against the evil Putin." They're getting paid £1,500 a day. They're mercenaries. So they're killing people for money. Mercenaries. That's what they are. So, and they were going to be shot for being a traitor, you know, like for coming into snipers. They were snipers. Anyway, Graham Phillips, one of them, this English guy, got caught and he was going to be sentenced to death. But had he interviewed him, the Russians let him interview him. And they tried to say it was propaganda and Graham Phillips is an evil bastard for doing it. He's just reporting on both sides of the story. But the Russians did it. The Ukraine. They captured all these soldiers. And on their state TV, showed them they were calling their mothers and getting them to cry on the phone to the mothers, saying, "I'm so sorry, Mum, I didn't know what we was doing. It's all a lie." That's propaganda. That's all against the Geneva Convention. So double standards that go on all the time. But if something don't sit right with you, look at it. Find out. There's a reason why it don't sit right with you. And often, if you follow the money, you'll find what's really going on.
Yeah.
Let me see another one. I've got another one. Where is he? What's his name? Philip. No, not Philip. Yeah, it's Philip something, isn't it? PL News. PL News? Lancaster. Patrick Lancaster. That's the one. He's right boots on the ground. He's an American. He's right boots on the ground at the moment. He's been going around looking at all. He's been looking at all the voting going on and just going around the country. Right, so that one there, Patrick Lancaster. That one there. Oh, that one there. Copy. And then go to that. Then go to this. Go. Oops, wrong one. Bear with me. Here we go. And then, so they're trying to say that Ukraine, a sovereign nation, and all this and all that, and it's terrible what's happening to them. Russia are bullying them. You got to remember that because it's all been publicly funded by the USA, the voting back in the day, and they overturned the government. And if you don't believe me, just look on YouTube. You can see it all. It's like how convenient that how they twist things. It's like our main news channel and TV channel called the British Broadcasting Company, BBC, load of bollocks basically. Back in the day, 8 years ago, they were doing reports on how Ukraine was full of Nazis and how they murder their own people and how they do this and it's funny that how all the opposition governments were either died mysteriously, imprisoned, or banned from the country. All news papers and media stations and stuff like that, TV, anything opposed to the government, the current government, were shut down and taken off air. And they showed all these like Ukrainians teaching their children to do the Zeke Heil, and all these families with the swastika tattoos. That was the BBC. Now they report it as that they're all, like fantastic people and God, and they've never done nothing wrong. So it's all on there. You can see it all. It's just bizarre how they spin things these days. But who controls the media? Who controls what we see and what we don't see? Answers on a postcard.
Well, I'm not interested in making a decision when I hear one side of the story and I don't hear anything about the other side. So at that point, I'm going to remain neutral, open to hear more than one side.
I'm just trying to get you a link now. Right on here, I've got this thing called Telegram. Now, have you got Telegram? And I've got it right on my PC as well. You don't have to have it on your mobile phone. And the good thing about Telegram on your PC is, if you look into the other side of the wall, what's going on, or other places in the country where people like you and me put posts on that we've seen, because everyone's got mobile phones. Unfortunately, I can't speak fluent Russian or I don't know, Venezuela, like that's Spanish anyway. And so what you can do is you can copy and paste what you're seeing on these where people are putting posts, and you just click it into Google Translate, so you get a gist of the story that goes
Right.
with the picture is. So if I show, I'm just trying to find how to do a share. Hang on a minute. Right. So if I go up to, that's not in. Hang on a minute. I'm just trying to find, because it's a snowball effect. You click on one, and there's always links to other ones. Oh. How do I get that over? Oh, that's a bit of a weird one. I'm just trying to remember. Share. How do I share? I know how to do it. Right. Hang on a second. I'll go like that. If I go to, I'll go like that. If I mute it, if I go down to this, show more. Where is Telegram? Buy me a coffee. Just try to give you an HTTP link instead of just a. He's got no links on his either. So how do I get to that? Subscribe.
I heard that.
Channels. Here we go. Channels. Playlist videos about. I was going to say, hang on a minute. Oh, Telegram. Here we go. So.
Do you have Telegram, Bill Brown?
Yeah, yes.
I did have. Till I got.
No, Telegram, you still got it. Right, well, this is a link to one Telegram channel, right? And then if you click on that, and then you look at his link and his posts, and some of them will give you a snowball effect to another person, to another person, to another person. Let me just see if I can get you the better ones.
He doesn't, Frosty. He doesn't know what happened to me. That's why he doesn't know.
What? What?
I'll tell you backstage one of these days.
Okay,
I'll tell you what happened.
Don't let me do all the talking.
No, we'll just wait for you to. Did you put the link up already? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, this way people can see what's going on, and because when you tell somebody like that, well, it's not Russia's fault. It's Ukraine. This is why we're putting all the money in Ukraine. That's exactly why.
Well, it's not entirely Ukraine's fault either, because how they've been funded. Who's supplying them with weapons for the past 10, 15 years? Who's been pumping the money into the country and changing the governments and training their soldiers and giving them certain weapons?
U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
The UN as well.
NATO.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Good old NATO.
And if you remember Trump, he was holding back funds in NATO. Do you remember?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to be part. He said, "No, this is not. No, it's not right."
No, he didn't want it. He was right about it. NATO ain't with a shit.
Yeah.
They're forming a one world order is what they're doing.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you cannot say. I refuse to believe that certain governments didn't know this happening, or if we did this, we had no idea. That Russia would do. Listen, people play chess, and so do governments. They know if they do a certain move, what the other person's likely to do. It doesn't just happen by accident.
I said that before. Chess game. It's what it is too. It's a chess game.
Yeah, it's a chess game.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you what, though, you better start concentrating on that C.B.D.C. I'm telling you, that's the game. That's the end game right there. That's what it's boiled down to, that one area. So I would start telling people out there what C.B.D.C. is, because I'll tell you what, they're in for a rude awakening. And if you can broadcast it in your stream, I would advise you to do it, seriously. Wouldn't you think so, Frosty, or no?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the more information that is out there, the better and easier it is for people to understand and make a decision as to what they want to do, what they want to support.
That's the end game, really. I mean, I don't care what's going on right now, but that's the end game. That's what they want. And they're going to do it. They implement that C.B.D.C., we're in trouble. That's it. You're done. Might as well just give your ass to them and your soul to God, because that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, when you get that account, it's the equivalent to signing up to enslave yourself.
Yeah, and you will be a slave. I mean, for them to stop your money at any given time, and it's going to happen to Ukraine too, or whatever, UK rather.
Yeah.
And you're going to be shafted. You're not going to believe it.
Yeah. Just let them. I mean, like I said, you can't get all the people on board. I mean, a lot of them, when I talk about certain things, well, that can't be right because it's not on the news. The news said it is this. I said, no, it's not.
No,
but it's on the news, so it must be true.
Yeah, they believe the news too much.
And also, people who are like goldfish, they've got the memory of a goldfish. They seem to forget everything so quickly. I mean, look, we just got a new monarch. We got a new king. But only a couple of months ago, not even that, it was leaked that he'd been taking, I don't know if you saw his story, like big carrier bags, shopping. Like he got given £4 million in banknotes given to him by a Saudi, the brother of Osama bin Laden.
Now, who was this? Who got the money? You talking about Charles?
King, yeah. Well, Charles, yeah. It's not my king.
Wow. Right off
I
the
had a
bat.
queen. I had a queen, and I don't have a king at the moment because he should have advocated. He's one of these ones that are in the World Economic Forum, and he's promoting, all this climate stuff and increasing the price of gas and stuff. He's part of it all. He's another one that's part of it, and he got given. Why would he be handed 2 big bags of £4 million in a carrier, in like a shopping bag, a grocery store? Albeit, I must admit, it was Fortnum and Mason, which is a very expensive, exclusive grocery store, only for the rich and famous, in England. Why was he given that cash by Osama bin Laden's brother? And he admitted it might have been a bit of a silly thing to do.
Sounds like a buyout or something.
So he should have advocated and let his son, Prince William, take the crown.
But he won't do it. He was waiting for this.
Yeah, he's waiting. He's 73 years of age.
Yeah, he's waiting for all this. It's good to be the king. You can do anything you want to do.
Basically, it's the same situation as we have with Joe Biden. His son took all that money, and there's every bit of evidence to suggest that he knew about it, and he's compromised with China as well.
See, after Ukraine now, if that settles, hopefully, the next thing will be China or some other country. They always need to have someone to war with.
And then all that money we gave out to Ukraine, what do we get out of it? Nothing.
Well, yeah, obviously. Beyond that, it's beyond nothing. It's negative equity because you're going to have to pay for that again in some way or another and lose other things. And it's a massive money laundering. You think about it, it's like money laundering.
Yeah.
So there's no accountability. Can you find out? Is there anything that tells you that, all right, we give them 20 billion, or you give them more than that? Don't forget the 80 billion for weaponry. Like,
oh yeah.
What money has been spent on what? Is there any evidence and any accountability? No accounts to cover where it's just gone. Here we go. It's 20 billion. Where's it gone? What on? What was it spent on?
Yeah, who's going to do the accounting to see where it ended up?
Yeah.
Somebody's going to be rich. They sure won't be us. With all that money, they could have just spread it out for all the American people. You know what I mean? But they wouldn't do it.
Trillions. It's in the trillions over the years. I told you that before, since Afghanistan and that.
Yeah, look at the equipment they left behind purposely. Look at the 13 soldiers that died because of that.
It was very coincidental that the 80 billion that they left in Afghanistan is the same amount of what they're giving to Ukraine for weaponry. 80 billion again. Yeah, 80 billion. That's the magic number.
Pretty soon it'll add up to some real money.
Yeah.
So it's trying to awaken everyone. That's the big thing. Have you ever seen? It's a funny thing to say, but it really does. The pieces of a puzzle all fit together. When you think about, if you've ever watched that film called The Matrix. Oh dear.
Well, the bad thing about it is that they're doing a smoke show. They're putting the thing on the immigrants, the war in Ukraine, the amount of crime we got down here, the fentanyl. They're talking about everything other than exactly what's really the problem. And the parties, both of them, Democrats and Republicans, don't give a shit because they're never going to hurt.
Yeah, they're both in on it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure they are. I mean,
You
when
don't
they
hear,
don't,
you don't hear, you don't hear Democrat or Republican talking about central bank digital currency on air on any mainstream media. They don't bring anything about that up, and it's the most important event that's ever going to happen in our lifetime.
and it's out there too. All you got to do is look around on YouTube. It's out there.
Not just YouTube. I mean, YouTube, they're a bit. He was making a copy. Where you got all these links I put on there, then when you go to their channels on YouTube, you'll find other channels, Rumble, and like I said, Telegram, places like that. That's where they're allowed to stretch their legs and freely talk. You've got to be careful, as well as I do. You've got the YouTube police. You've got to be careful that with their fact finding and all that bollocks. Anything doesn't fit their narrative. Just remember who controls it all, who owns all the media sources.
Well, we just got it in our last stream. We got it good. We did from YouTube. Oh yeah.
Anyway, where's everyone? Where's Michelle and all the other people that we normally get around?
Michelle is hiding from us for some reason. She hasn't come out. She hasn't called. I don't know whether she's moving right now or I don't know. I have no idea. So I'm leaving her alone until she's ready to talk. You know what I mean? But she's supposed to be moving out. So maybe that's what it is. She's in transition. I don't know. Oh, Billy, he's sleeping. What time is it right now?
It's about 4 o'clock in the morning for you, isn't it? 5 o'clock? 4, 5 o'clock?
Near 5:15, nearly.
Yeah, how come you're all up at this time, in your countries?
You want to explain that to him, Frosty?
Well, basically, the hurricane just passed through here.
Oh, wow.
And I got pretty damn lucky because the only thing I'm missing right now is internet. My power's been restored already and everything. So I got in contact with Mr. Bill Brown there and just let him know that everything's good. And, I escaped a direct hit. And that's what I was talking about. They couldn't even predict where this storm was going to go or what it was going to do. And they're going to try to tell me that they could predict all these weather patterns for centuries around the world, every place, to get to this climate change agenda they got going on. You can't convince me that they can do that. There isn't a computer that can model that. Not one.
So you didn't get any damage nearby you?
Oh yeah, nearby. Yeah, there's a tree out in the middle of the street, just a little ways from the driveway, blocking one end of the street, and a lot of water still hasn't receded, and a lot of wind damage. Cars that were parked in one place when the storm started are no longer in that place. So yeah, there's a lot of that.
Canada was hit as well, some of it.
Yeah, they got that other storm that turned up on the Atlantic. I haven't heard too much about that. Of course, I've been without power and I'm still without internet, so I don't know what's going on around the world, but it's all temporary.
We were blamed on climate change and all this bollocks. It's just the weather. It's like during the summertime, Oh, climate change, look at the temperature. Yeah, it's summer, motherfuckers. Now it'd be winter time. Look how cold it is. Yeah, it's the winter.
Yeah, and that's what their argument was when people when they started talking about global warming and all this shit, and people said, well, it's snowing here. Oh, well, that's just a weather event. But now they take every weather event and use it as a reason for climate change and control. Go electric, go solar, go windmill, get rid of fossil fuels.
Ain't nothing going to change either. The weather's still going to be the same.
The weather's going to be what it's going to be.
Yeah. It's just control. That's all it is. Total control.
If it is CO2, why would the country that has made the most improvements be the one leading the charge to implement the climate agenda they want? Why would that be the case? Why wouldn't these other countries start stepping up? And the one that has been reducing their emissions more than anyone else, why would they subject their own population to the most severe and drastic consequences of a transition? It's ridiculous. It's not about climate change. It's not about climate change. It's about control and power.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. That's right.
And what people don't realise is, hang on a minute, carbon monoxide is a good thing. Did you know that? It naturally exists in the atmosphere anyway. Oh, no, it has no taste or colour or smell or anything, you can't tell, but it's also used. Carbon monoxide increases the growth of flowers and fruit and vegetables. You know, carbon dioxide, what people are getting mixed up with is carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. They're two very different things. I mean, ice cream or ice or whatever is made of carbon dioxide as well. You know, you can make ice. It's just so people are so uneducated about what we do and what we don't need. But it helps our plants and trees. Hang on a second, I was going to make myself another cup of tea. Oh, yes, please. Say hello to
Well, this is UK.
Bill.
How are you?
Bill.
No, no,
Yeah, right.
I can't mistake that voice.
You're famous. So you should have your own TV show or radio show.
It's like a proper old school American film voice.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Mr. Brown?
No, I didn't hear.
I've said this to you before, and my wife just said that, you know, you got that real like old school American film, you know, like the old movies, you know, the traditional old American things. You should be on TV show or radio. You got that kind of voice.
Oh. Oh, you talk about pillow talk.
No, you got your accent and your voice is it's like you get on the TV shows, popular TV shows or radio stations. You know, you should have gone into that. You do well.
Charlie Chaplin.
I don't know how people. He was English. I don't know how people would interpret the.
Yeah, do a lot of that.
You just have to get LJ sat next to you with a little cattle prod.
Yeah.
Well, the only reason Bill Brown comes on here is sweet talk the ladies anyway.
Hang on a minute. Just reading New Guru. Send me a link. Oh, he wants a.
Guru wants a link. Oh,
Yeah.
does he? I'm sorry. Okay, my apologies. I wasn't.
Read your chat before the hurricane ends my balls and are freezing over here and blown away.
Oh, my Guru.
Bill Brown, move to the left and read your damn chat. He's biting it a bit.
He's going to sweet talk the ladies again. Guru had a transition. That's what we're about to find out.
Yep, there we go.
He's now Miss Nudie Guru.
I like the sound of that. Well, I don't know. He might be pre-op.
Yeah.
I'll fix
You
them this time.
let us know, UK. Let us know, okay?
I'll do my best.
Wait till he sees this. Okay, there you go, Guru. You're all set. He'll be up in just a short. Get
He'll
your
be up
machine
in his
ready.
shorts. He'll be up in his shorts.
Yeah. It'd be funny if he did come in his shorts. Oh, shit. Drop the leaf and put his shorts on, eh? He'll be up. I'm glad you see that, UK. I don't even look at my board hardly because there's nobody there. So
I'm flicking around at the same time. I'm just catching up because normally the mornings for me are 4,000 cigarettes, well, roll-ups, 20 odd cups of caffeine in some way, and I go through all the papers in the world, see what's going on.
And that's when you happen. That's when you happen to see now. See?
Yeah, well, I said to you, I linked on that thing about this kiddie touching one of these transgender people on a story, and it said video unavailable, but it came up a link to you. I swear to God, I'm not saying that you're transgender. It was just bizarre. And I looked at my phone. I was wondering, you only been on for 69 minutes. You've been on for. I thought that can't be right. This is an old live stream. So I checked my phone for a WhatsApp link. Yeah, I know you feel guru. I got abused as well.
Look
Did
what you
I
did
phoned
to
you?
me, Mr. Brown.
Oh,
For fuck's sakes. You know, I'm trying to get ahead in this woke LGBTQ
trying to get ahead.
bullshit stuff, but you know, this is not what I had in mind, you know.
You're not trying to get ahead. You're trying to give head.
Beetlejuice.
Pull your
Yeah,
head out of
working
that
on that
cricket
too.
bag.
Oh, man.
You,
We'll have to look at
this
that
blue
video.
balls thing, it works for me. It's good.
We'll have to look at that video. Make sure that is Bill Brown's hand in there on that crotch.
Don't look too hard.
Don't look too. Damn, I have to say a word. I'm getting butchered already. Thanks a lot, UK. Thank you, UK.
Thank you, Claire. So I just had my cup of tea brought to me again.
That's the biggest hand on a fourth grader I've ever seen.
Testing. Am I me? I'm me.
There he
You're
is.
coming in crickets.
Yep. You sound like 10 by 10 by crickets.
All right.
Sounds
Morning,
good.
gentlemen.
Good morning, Guru.
Oh, we're all on the same page. We've all said good morning to each other. It's morning for me, and it's morning for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
it's normally morning for me and afternoon for you. Or evening, early evening.
I was sitting here with my brother, and he pointed out the storm blew a cricket in, and I said, "Well, hell, we're not going to starve to death, then, are we?"
Oh, lucky you. Yeah, last time I had a rainstorm here, it blew a piece of shit in my door.
I don't even have to go to the store. They just, my food supply just comes through the cracks.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, I'm glad you made it all right though. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I feel pretty lucky to have power. To have power back this soon is just amazed me. Just absolutely amazing.
Is it over now where you are, Frosty?
Oh, it's not. Well, yeah, basically the storm is over. Yeah.
That's good.
Was touch and go. He's talking to me, and all of a sudden, I'll catch you later on. And he wrote back, says, "Power's out. I can't use the phone." Oh, wow, man. And I was talking to my daughter about him, and then all of a sudden he says, "I got power back." And I'm like, "You're kidding me." Yep.
It was less than 12 hours, I think, somewhere in there. I was just amazed because I was prepared for at least 2 or 3 days, maybe a week even, be without power. But well, they went to work right away someplace, and it came back on. And just I was flabbergasted.
Yeah, you can thank your lucky stars in that. I'll tell you. Wow, that was a big, big storm.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it rained a lot and it blew hard. I know it was over 100 miles an hour.
Listen, by the way, everybody, Frosty's buying some land over. You guys want to buy his land? Parts of it's
The
over in
water,
Minnesota, the other half is in Michigan, and
the water will recede, so I mean it'll be available.
I heard no buyers.
Oh,
I guess
people
not.
be. Oh yeah, well, not everybody realizes an opportunity when they're presented with one.
Mm-hmm. You grow rice paddies,
Oh yeah, yeah, you can grow rice.
with all that water. Yeah, no one say nothing. Okay, well,
Oh, they're counting they're counting their currency. I
oh
don't know if I got enough to get that.
yeah, just print it out.
I was
I
making my tea.
I do
What are we
sell it
talking
at
about?
5
We want to know if you want to buy his property over at the Honda Rosa there, called Frosty's Honda Rosa. Not Ponderosa, Ponderosa.
Yeah, Ponderosa.
Ponderosa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Oh
living on
yeah.
the Ponderosa. I'm living on the Ponderosa, that's for sure.
And if the price is right, you can have land in, well, let's see, it's scattered in Missouri, California. But the way
Water's a
things
little deep. You can't really see the land you're going to buy, but eventually you will.
you could dock your boat there for a while.
Just gotta convince all these cricket eaters that salt water will wash down the aftertaste.
Yeah. Well, we are just talking about today about how the Democrats are going to start, beefing up their election here, about the global green agenda, and the bottom line is that C.B.D.C.
Yeah, fun times.
Oh yeah, this is going to be good. They we were on stream. Was it last night, Frosty?
Oh, we did it. Yeah, we did a little one, and they left it up. Unbelievable.
But the other one before that was really good. I mean, right? Wow, and they butchered that for us. They blocked it out in certain spots.
And then and then took it down altogether, or butchered it, whatever they did.
They gave me a nasty note. So,
Guys, I got an important. I don't know if you heard it, but Biden came out with a really important announcement about the hurricane.
oh, here we go. Okay, well, listen.
This is
He
your
remembered
president.
to show up to tell the announcement.
No. Ready? This is your president.
Let me be clear. If you're in a state where hurricanes often strike, like Florida or the Gulf Coast or into Texas, a vital part of preparing for hurricane season is to get vaccinated now.
Holy cow!
To get back, I'm just to get back.
Oh
What?
wow! Who didn't see
Don't
that coming?
don't worry about the storm surge. Don't worry about the wind. Don't worry about the lightning or the tornadoes. Just get a
Just get a Moderna.
jab. Just get a jab.
That's right.
That jab will save your life. You'll be your own flotation device. You don't have to worry about the water drowning in it. Holy cow!
Shit. If I
What a
didn't have morals,
moron!
if I didn't have morals
That's not a
and
joke. That is a real. That's real. That is real.
sounded
That's
real,
the answer. Get a job. That's the answer.
That
Yeah.
is
get a jab,
so
yeah.
corrupt. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
If I didn't have morals and ethics, I would be so shit loaded, stocked up in vaccine shares.
But the thing is, right? I think it was about a week ago-ish. He was walking around someplace. I think it was where they're building cars, manufacturing cars, and technical science and stuff. And he's walking around and he's saying, "Look at how the country's growing now. The pandemic is now over. We can produce much more because the pandemic is gone." Then 2 days later, they announced that there's going to be over 1,000 teachers in the USA that if they've not had their vaccination, that they will accept it as being a letter of resignation. So if you don't have your vaccination, a teacher, you're basically sacking yourself. You've resigned. But the pandemic's over 3 days before. See, he's got, oh my god, he's proper fucking shot.
How do you think we feel? How do you think we feel over here? We're being dictated by a moron. You know.
Well, just to call a spade, you have to be a moron to listen to a dictator.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't listen.
Just saying, folks.
I mean, he was on stage a couple of days ago talking about, oh yeah, it's when he's on about giving another 20 billion to Ukraine a couple of days ago. And then there's some woman called, what's her name? Kathy or something. I can't remember her exact name, but she's a politician over there. And he told her to come on up and get on stage. She died a month before in a car crash.
I wonder how many other countries are going to have that same narrative, get vaxxed because of the fucking hurricane. This is awesome. I can't wait to see how many more people fall for this or turn into light bulb city, because it's just, if the writing isn't on the wall how much of a scam this whole fucking thing is, that won't be nothing will do it,
I could see somebody from the United Kingdom, some politician coming on. Well, they had a hurricane in Florida, so everybody get the jab.
That's what it'll be,
Yeah.
It'll be like, oh shit, malaria's on the rise in Africa. Everybody get the jab. Hurry up.
Anyway, the push.
Biden announces Alzheimer's is legitimate, and he's got it. Everybody get the jab so you're immune to it.
And you know what's weird about it? They don't impeach the bastard. They don't impeach Bertha Harris. They don't.
Well, they're not in a majority in Congress. That's why.
Jeez, oh man.
I'll just put a link in the chat so you can share that news for all those people with their roofs off and no power. It might help them get through it all. I'm doing my bit for America.
Why didn't I think about getting a job when it was flooding? Wait a minute, that's right. I gotta have a boat to get over here. That's right, yeah. To work in a flooded working place, yeah. About 4 feet of water. Yeah.
They're just, they're testing, they're laughing their heads off, testing the it's like it's exactly what it is. It's in sales, right? They're seeing how warm is the water for their customers, and how far are they going to go with this narrative? Are they panic ripe and ready? And so let's see how that fares. I think I said on your last stream, Mr. Brown, that I can't see the year being played out without some kind of other pandemic happening. So.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, it's going to happen. You're right.
What happened to monkeypox? Where did that go?
Oh yeah, the monkeypox. Yeah.
I mean, people seem to forget with this climate bullshit. What happened to the ozone layer? It repaired itself.
I think the monkeypox was like they just it didn't go. It didn't. The sales pitch wasn't good enough on it.
Nah,
It didn't fly. It was like the last little crumbs that they could scrape from the other four. Moronic fucking what do they call them? Variants, right?
Well, they tied it to gay sex as far as the transmission of it. So that's why,
Right.
male anal sex.
That's how you
Yeah.
know Fauci's. That's Fauci's sales pitch, right? Because
Blowjobs are okay, just don't take it up the pooper.
he was the AIDS inventor, right? And it all started from monkeys and gay people having sex in the 80s. That's Fauci's rhetoric.
Yeah, but you know what? They didn't care about when they had AIDS. Oh no, anybody could just get it. They didn't. Because people were saying, "Well, tell us who the people are." Who's got it? No, it's against the constitutional rights to do that. But now,
Except
monkey AIDS.
except AIDS is a scam too,
Yeah.
right? It's not even real.
Jeez. Unfreaking real. It's just wow. You can't believe anything these assholes say.
Can you imagine nature? I mean, I guess, if nature really wanted to come up with something, if population was getting out of control or something, that might happen. But I mean, no, it wouldn't do that. It would simply just run out of food to provide for the source. That's how nature takes care of balance. It doesn't come up with a fucking virus, and it's been proven over and over again anyways that a virus is a made-up hoax. There's no scientific evidence that there is such thing as a virus to begin with.
When I saw that cricket crawling on the floor, my brother pointed out, I knew nature was providing for me.
Did you tell your brother to get some chocolate?
No, we're gonna roast them and pound them into flour and put it in the pancakes.
Where you gonna get your flour from? Where you gonna get your flour from? Because there's no you get all your pests from Russia. So where you gonna get your flour from?
Well, they're making their own.
I mean, if you don't wash your hair for a few months, if you scratch your head, you'll get a few flakes coming off, maybe.
I think the cosmonaut will drop down right close to my area. He'll have all the solutions because he'll be a scientist.
There's only two things that are going to fix the world right now. One is the second coming of Jesus. Two, aliens.
Aliens. I don't believe that. I don't believe in aliens.
Oh, you can't believe that we're the only in this whole entire universe and everywhere else.
Sorry to disappoint you, Bill, but either I'm alien or these humanoid species are one of the two.
Jeez.
No, I'll put my money on you, Guru. Yeah.
Smart man. Go right into the cricket share stocks.
I'm going to tell you a little story. If anyone laughs, I'm going to be very angry.
I'll make them laugh.
Well,
I make no promises, but go ahead.
All right, I sent you some pictures tonight. Bill Brown. We went down the Isle of Wight again, didn't we? On holiday, vacation.
Yeah, we seen some of those photos.
I heard.
We sure did. I don't know if Guru's seen it or not.
Which photos?
We went on vacation again last week or the week before. Last week. Last week, yeah. And I sent some pictures of what we were doing with Bill Brown.
Oh, I see. No, I haven't. I remember you saying something. You were taking the kids. I think the last time.
Oh no, this is a flash. This was a flash decision. So no one really knew. I didn't even know till a couple of hours before. But anyway.
Okay.
The full moon is out. The full moon is out. We know that.
Yeah, my kids. You know what? When I took the picture, my wife goes, "Do you think that's funny?" I goes, "What?" She goes, "Have a look at the picture again." I didn't even realise when I took the picture. Anyway, so we went away, had a few ups and downs, sorting it out. Anyway, while we was away, my son and his girlfriend stayed in the house, and I don't like them staying in the house because when they stay in the house, something goes wrong. Like they leave the house in a shithole. They walk mud up and down and dirt up and down the stairs. I've just carpet cleaned, all those kind of usual bullshit things. So we went away, and then when we come back, oh bless her, she decided, you know, like you got your cupboards where you keep your food, and then you got the drawers where you keep your cutlery. She emptied them all out and cleaned it all. You know, would have cut it all nice and forks out, cleaned the drawer, put it back in, organised all the spices and the jams and pickles in the cupboards, sorted the fridge out, sorted the freezer out. What she'd done was she noticed that in the freezer, some of the food had gone by its sell-by date.
Did what?
And emptied the whole. You know, like when you buy food, say like you buy a chicken, and it's got like 10 days left on it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
What you do is you put it in the freezer, don't you? So you can have it 6 months down the line. She fucking emptied the whole fucking freezer into a garbage bin.
Oh.
All the meat, everything.
Oh, shit.
I need to laugh. I'll let you laugh. And the fridge.
Oh, that was the part that wasn't funny. Okay, gotcha.
And the cupboards. Now the thing is, right? I said, "What the fuck's cupboard?" Oh, it was out of date. I said, "It's a freezer. That's why you put it in there. It's suspended ammunition, so you can eat it later on." What do you think about the frozen pizzas that you eat? What do you think, they're out of date? They are. They're out of date, but they taste all right, don't they? They were made several months ago, but you still ate them. And then I looked in. I went to this Polish store just before we went away, and I bought all these unusual jams and preserves and meats and stuff. And she fucking little fuckers.
You see his vacation trip?
That's
That's all right.
Okay. 2 questions. Do you reckon about how much was dumped and thrown out, and what was her reason for doing this? I don't know if you stated or not.
I'd give it about a good £500, which would be about $500 now. Will be about $450.
Wow.
And then in meats, because I had some really good quality meats and stuff in that. I got 4 fridge freezers, but she's emptied one of the good ones out that we have in the house because we use that one most. And then you got all the jams and preserves. I mean, some of these ones I've not even opened yet. I only just bought it before we went away. It's got like a 2-year sell-by date on it. You know, best before, and not even open. And they were. I've taken some of them. Out of the 4 huge garbage black dustbin bags, I managed to recover a couple of things out of it, just a couple. But she threw away bags of rice. What
was her reason for throwing all this away?
Because some of it's out of date.
Well, see, her intentions were good. You can't be too hard on her because her intentions were good, and your cutlery drawers are clean. Your spice rack is looking good. So,
and you don't got blue balls.
Yeah, you probably threw the salt away as well. And then where I got my room here. This is my man cave. Bill's seen it on live video and that before. I can step out, and we got the front main of the house is just like only about 3 feet away from one door to 4 foot from one door to the next, and we've got all these great big concrete slabs, you know, at the front of the house by our doors. And when I come back, I noticed I've been looking on CCTV at the front door. and there's a big wet patch on 2 of the slabs, but it's sunny. So why is that still wet after 2 days? So I went out there, put my finger on it, felt it, and it's really greasy and oily. What the fuck is that? So I played back a CCTV. So you know, like when you cook chips, you got a big pan, haven't you, with oil in it? She came out and just emptied it all onto the pavement by our front door.
Wait a second. I'm really confused at this point. I mean, why she doesn't know that you put things in the freezer to prolong them past the expiry date probably is the primary reason.
Well, she greased the concrete so you could slip into that man cave easier.
Yeah. Oh my God. And the thing is, we've got a hose pipe ban on at the moment. Apparently, till next year, we're banned from using hose pipes. So I've got to sneakily somehow connect my jet. I've got to jet wash it. I put some washing up liquid in it. I scrubbed it in. It's not coming out. I've got to jet wash it and put some acid down to get through the thing. But we got a hose pipe ban till next year.
Is it safe to laugh yet?
Yeah, go on.
That's not nice, Guru.
And the thing is, what do I know it's a horrible thing to suggest, but I'm doing any suggestions on how to split them up. Because can you imagine what the offspring is going to be like?
Is this the same daughter that you're talking about?
No, not daughter, my son's girlfriend.
Your
that
son.
seems to have moved herself in here. She's like the Tasmanian devil. She's a little bit on the big side. She's a bit on the big side. And I remember one day she was here months ago, and I said to her, "Oh, she made herself a cheese roll out one of these big tiger loaf buns, and they're big. They're really big. They're a big bun, you know, like you get in America." And then I said to her, "Oh, are you still hungry? Look, have another one. Have some more. Help yourself to some of the food." This is when she first moved in. She fucking ate all of them. 8 in one sitting.
Maybe she needs to be switched for freezer duty.
Yeah,
maybe she ate all that food in the freezer and just didn't want to tell you.
No, if it wasn't for the fact I went out to the garbage bin and lifted the lid up, I thought, fucking hell, so it smells like a dead body in there. And then I lifted it up and I saw all the meats and that. Oh, never mind.
I would have had a freaking fall, man. I would have had a meltdown.
Oh, listen, you know when there's been times in life, no doubt, that you've been so fucking angry with someone you can't even look at them, talk about them, or think about them or anything. You have to just get yourself away from the situation because you don't know what you might do. That's what I was like. And it's a girl, so that makes it even harder because I can't do nothing. You know, I can't say nothing to her. She can start bawling her eyes out. So I just left it for my boy to sort out.
That's when I would start talking about her employment situation. Does she have a job? Is she going to pay for it?
He's 17, she's 16. They're at college, but she doesn't live in it. She lives about 35, 40 miles away from us, her family. But because her college is in the same town as what I'm in, and my boy, she's been staying here. Hold on. Every day is a drama. I'm waiting for today's drama, but it will happen. Yesterday's drama was the night before. My boy, unannounced, that he's got to ask normally, a load of his mates just turned up, these girls and these boys, and they all went upstairs and they took their shoes off first. They know that now. And they got a cheap bottle. Where is it? Here it is. Smooth Caribbean white rum. 17-year-olds. What's the worst that could happen? So, apart from the fact that he had a couple of these, he got drunk. He was spewing all night long. Mum, help me. Honestly, I video recorded some of it. He was absolutely bollocks. And there's all dried puke and piss down the side of the upstairs toilet. Anyway, we'll move on. So, the next morning, he's going, I'm still ill, I still feel rough, you know. And his girlfriend rang up this medical advice line, and she rang for an ambulance.
To be
For his
fair, he
hangover.
sounds like a practicing Englishman to me, you know.
A fucking ambulance for a hangover. And we rang them up, and we got through, said, look, please cancel it out. I said to her, are you stupid, you two? What if the child is dying, you know, and that ambulance can't get to that person because you've called that ambulance to say you got a hangover? So I rang, we got through to the emergency line. So look, tell the ambulance to stand down, please. There's no need for one. And they goes, all right, thank you for letting us know. Anyway, an hour later, my wife's taken one of the kids back to school, and she rang me, and she goes, I just seen an ambulance driving towards our area with the lights flashing. I said, look, listen, it's a big town. There's more ambulances do go to other people. Don't worry. Don't be silly. Fucking hell, 5 minutes later, I see an ambulance drive around our street. And it goes around the back of my house in another part of the street. And I'm thinking, that's all right. Someone else ran the back. Then I see the ambulance driver walk round to the front of our house. And then he pulled up on the drive. I told them what happened. They were laughing about it in the end. But he said, do you want me to go? I missed a golden opportunity. I said, look, he said, do you want me to go up there and tell them? And I was just thinking, no, their room is a shithole. The rest of their house is okay. So I should have let them go up there. That might have got through to them a bit. I don't know. But
well, they should have broke out the paddles, give him a little electric shock treatment.
Well, this is it. I did say, I said, do you still practice lobotomies? So have you got any was it ETR or ETH, whatever it's called, electric shock therapy? And I said maybe a lobotomy. Do they still practice that? Do you remember what a lobotomy was? Yeah.
You know what you should have done? You should have just tell them, bite the dog that bit you. Drink the same thing you had last night.
But he did say to me, because I told him about what's been going on with them lately, and he goes, it was worth it just to hear the stories about the food to come over here. It's made my day, he said.
Well, don't be too hard on them. They're going to take care of you in your old age.
No, I've got other daughters for that. Listen, I've got a 4-year-old. I've got a 4-year-old girl that's doing a much better job than both of them together now.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they're going to take care of when he gets older, in his old age, he's going to starve.
Yeah, but they'll call the ambulance.
Listen. Why have you called an ambulance? Because we haven't fed it. I haven't fed my dad for a week.
He's hungry. Bring some peanut butter, quick.
Can somebody figure out what the problem is with it?
He's really underweight. We just don't know.
The food expired, so we told him he couldn't eat it. Oh my God! Well, you got your hands full over there. Wow.
Oh mate, funny. I mean, I've got this. I've thought about this already. I've taken out an insurance plan. It's called Smoke 50 Cigarettes a Day.
Way to cut back.
Don't take care of yourself. Eat what you want. Drink what you want. Smoke 50 cigarettes a day. I won't have to worry about getting old.
Yeah, you'll skip that part really good on that one.
Yes, sat in my own piss. Dribbling.
Oh my God! Wow. Well, I know one thing: if I ever go to England, I won't bring no food with me. Shit, that's too much. So, how long is this girl going to stay at your house?
Oh fuck me! Don't. Now you just made me feel really depressed.
Till she graduates college as a chef.
Oh.
You better hope she don't flunk.
Listen, there's no need for her to stay here because apparently she's got an auntie lives about a mile away from us, 2 miles away. She could go stay there. You know, it's really those two together are like the blind leading the blind. It's like they're bad for each other. Say like you're a tradesman and not your electrician or a bricklayer or whatever, electrician, and then what you do is you take on an apprentice to teach them the ways of life and how to do the job. These two are two apprentices together to learn a trade. They don't know what they're doing, where they're going, or where to start.
It's like real life Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, yeah.
Leaving bricks out of the wall.
I'd pay for Dumber and Dumber. I'd pray for Dumber and Dumber. That's a real what do you call it? Upgrade.
And you say they're going to college?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. We're raising our kids to be good.
Well, yesterday, because he didn't phone in and tell them he wasn't coming into college because he's ill, we got an email from the college. And you've got to have a minimum of 92% attendance to be there. His is on 62%. So we just found out that he hasn't been going to college. He's been getting up, going out, but not attending all the times. And if he's not careful, they're going to throw him off. And if they throw him off, he's going to start stacking shelves in a grocery store. Even then, fuck me, that's going to be challenging.
Wow. All that money spent for nothing.
Oh, this is free. We get up to the age of 18 or 19 is free. It's university we have to pay for.
I got you.
Up to to get your degrees and everything, and that's very expensive. Very, very, very expensive. Only for us English. The Welsh and the Scottish get theirs free, paid by us. Oh, and the refugees. We pay for them up to the age of 25 for their education. And we've still got a massive problem still going on. Every day, they just closed another hotel to the public, and we got about 6 hotels in this little town, full of them.
Yeah.
You got it going on as well. You got it massively going on as well. You know, I did a story a while ago where you got one liberal. Was it a coffee or something to do with coffee or some island that they were saying, yeah, refugees are welcome here, and then some governor on the southern states sent them all there, and they called in the National Guard to get rid of them. Do you remember that story? McAfee or McAfee?
Yeah, that sounded like what is it, Martha's Vineyard?
Martha's Vineyard. Yeah,
that's the one. I knew it was something to do with drinking. Yeah, that tickled me. I was laughing my head off. Hypocritical bastards.
But they didn't have any room for them people. No room at all. They only had 1,700 beds, but no room.
Yeah.
That was my governor who sent those people up there.
Yep.
Tell him there's love from the UK from him when next time you see him.
Oh, yeah.
He's a good governor. He is. He's a real good governor. I'll tell you what, like I told Frosty, if it was Trump or DeSantis, I would vote for DeSantis. I would. That's how good he is.
That's his name, yeah, DeSantis. I remember now. Quite a stocky guy. He looks presidential as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'd make a good president. I miss Trump, though. I'd like Trump to come back in and support all off.
Well, believe me, DeSantis is no slouch either. He don't take no shit. He don't.
Now, with the you can only remain a president for 8 years. Is that right? 2 terms.
Yeah.
Now, is that only in succession, or can Trump come in for another 4 years and another 4 years on top of that?
No, he can only come in for another 4 years, one time to make his 8 years, and that's it. It doesn't have to be in succession. It can be interrupted.
Yeah.
Actually, he should get another 8 years after what they did to him for 4 years.
Yeah.
They're doing a lot of shit to him. They are.
Give me a second. I'm back in a sec.
Well, they haven't thrown his food away, though.
And he's not a senior citizen yet where he, Has to be into a nursing home. And he's lucky the ambulance didn't show up, but the FBI did.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. I would have had a fit. $500 down the drain. Oh, I would have had a freaking fit.
And I was stacking bags of noodles high. What the hell?
Just before you was on about this Nord Stream, well, I just found a clip under the Biden administration at the White House. I can't remember what her name is now. A woman. Oh, I do know her name, but I can't remember what her name is. English, white woman. There's not many left in the White House, and she's got a. She's quite hefty with brown hair. But I can't remember what her name is, but I found the clip. This is not now the Nord Stream. This is your presidential saying this. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
With regards to we continue to have very strong and clear conversations with our German allies, and I want to be clear with you, Tay. If Russia invades Ukraine, one way or another, Nord Stream 2 will not move forward.
Can't hear it.
All right. God, we can't hear that. I don't know if I can make it any
I
louder.
mean, I can hear it, but I can't understand it.
All right, okay.
Just
See if
me.
It was a little muffled there.
Yeah, I know the recording's not very. It's a video, but I don't know if I can get the video and put it on so you can play it back. So it's a bit quiet on mine. I don't know why. I'll try and find another thing. Perhaps amongst yourselves.
What did she say? What did she say though? You know what she said.
Yeah. Well, basically, this is just before the special operation from Russia into Ukraine, and she said that that they the USA has spoken to their allies in Germany that if Russia does go in it, the Nord Stream will no longer exist. That was being said on the podium, in the White House where they do the press releases.
That was before it happened, then, right? Before the Nord Stream was blown up. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, and there's been loads of other things as well where even Biden said about this Nord Stream is because Europe is too dependent. But be fair, right? I mean, you got to, in some respects, the Biden administration has played quite a blinder. They've quite, like I said to you, chess game. Now in Europe, a lot of companies that manufacture things, due to the energy crisis they have there, are now losing their contracts and they're being diverted to America. So Biden has given you some jobs by fucking up, by supplying the weapons, everything to keep the energy crisis going in Europe, which has stopped people being able to manufacture things. Now they're turning to USA to get it done. It's quite clever.
Sounds
What
to
a
me
guy.
it sounds to me that they want to go after Russia. That's what they're trying to do, trying to get all the nations to go after Russia.
I know.
A fool! What a fool!
There's only 54 states, countries that have, agreed to the sanctions. There's still 170. Was it 178 or 190? No, 170 something. It is 172 countries that don't want to be involved in any sanctions at all.
No, that's right, because they said that on that. What was that? I had it out there. God, what was that? Oh yeah, he's at the UN, and he says I got 178 countries and that are for me, and then at the end he goes, I got 40 countries that are literally going to help me out. 40 countries out of 172. It's going to help him out. So he's just a bullshitter. 172 countries going to help out, and then he changed it to 40. What a bunch of garbage.
Yeah, I'm not into any of that. Any of the politic rhetoric and the immigration bullshit, blah blah blah. But I'm always in for a good laugh. So since that was brought up a minute ago, put up what's in the basement there, Mr. Brown. I put a little meme for you. Okay. You're gonna get a kick out of this one, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've seen that one around. That's quite a good one.
I gotta, you gotta have that one. I gotta have that. Oh, that's a winner. That is a winner. I get. Oops. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I love that. That is great. That is freaking great. I love it. I told it like it is. Oh yeah.
Funny shit. I'll hold it for you. If you want to take
You,
a pic.
you know what I'm going to be doing in a while, don't you, Guru?
Driving the plane?
No.
Flying a plane. Flying.
I might. Oh, hold on here. That kind of did turn out right. Shit. Oh,
You assume it can get off the ground there, UK.
Well,
I'm
you fly
going
a plane. You
to.
don't drive a plane.
I'm
Oh,
going
there you go.
to use all your quotes. I'm going to put it out there all at one time.
Hmm.
So if you happen to see your quotes up there, you know who did it. I did it.
I'll know who the culprit is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll be doing it. I'm going to be laughing my ass off when people read this. Okay, there we go. I love that. I really do. That's nice. It's beautiful. You should put down there on the jet plane, the DeSantis Express.
I got a few new ones. This is one of my favorite ones. It's a light.
I like that. What do you? Fat checkers. Fat checkers.
Oh, they're fuckers. They're absolute fuckers. I think my boy might be a fact checker as a sideline.
You got your hands full. What's the point of being afraid of a zombie? Well, it's true too. We're zombies. They believe what the government says. 21 depopulation. Sign approved. 200 world leaders. Hold on.
That's a 1992 statement there.
Is that the truth right there?
That is.
Wow.
Look it up. I verified that.
Yeah, well.
I mean, what better way to the population by like getting a nuclear war underway? They got bunkers. They're okay.
I heard that Brazil got bought out by China. A lot of stuff.
This one is really fine print, so I'll zoom it up best as I can here. And I don't know who this is who is making this. That looks like one of the 13 family members, but I could be wrong. But
that looks like what's his name?
Kissinger.
Kissinger. Yeah.
Kissinger. Okay.
Yep. Looks just like it.
All right. Well, I'm not sure if this is a quote for him, but this right here about sums it right up.
Whoa. War is important in many ways.
Yeah, that's
establishing
follow the money.
Order creates a constant flow of profits to our military industrial. Oh my God! Yes, hold on here. That's what I've been saying for 2 people. Yep.
This is a long one, so I'll send this one if you want in an email. But feel free to read.
I'll just take it in strides here. Oops. Yeah, you don't have to do it. Yeah, you're right. It is a little bit too long. Well, that would be awesome. What else to say?
Read out loud, if you will, so I know where you are.
Okay, war rids the world of a large number of useless eaters. Yeah, that's about right too. War keeps people hating each other rather than focusing their attention on us, the people who create the conflicts, or establishing legitimate grounds for occupation and control of regimes. Resistance to full domination by the elite. Wars are enjoyable, amusing when you think about the dumb, stupid animal cannon fodder. What the hell's a fodder? People that enlist to the fight them? What's a fodder? Never heard of it.
Sacrifice in a way.
Yeah, what's another way of putting it? Collateral damage, but in the way of mercenaries. So in other words, they're talking about
The infantry in an army.
Anybody who's dumb enough to take a mercenary position, i.e., military staff.
So they would be like the infantry in an army.
I've never heard that before. Fodder. Huh. Okay.
While the generals sit back of the line, you put the cannon fodder is the full cannon. You got it there. So I just read it. I was doing something, and so they're the ones that are in the trenches during the First and Second World War that are sent over the top to take on the bullets.
Right.
Wow.
Sacrifice.
Right.
That's why I said the word sacrifice.
Although they don't look at it as sacrifice, they look at it as those
being
were meant
heroes.
for the job. Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Being heroes, being talked up that they're heroes and they're doing it for their country, protect their women and children, by getting themselves slaughtered.
Yeah, that's bad. The husband dies and the family suffer for it.
Collateral damage.
Or create. Oops, wait a minute, I just got something. Does someone want to read it for a minute? I just got something in my phone here. What the heck was that?
Take your time. We'll wait for you.
Okay, we are live. UK. I don't know who the heck that was. Oh, it's a fake number. Forget about it. War creates the chaos out of which the new world order will be established, but you must understand war is not the legitimate goal. Ultimate goal.
The ultimate.
Yeah. Power to the ultimate. What the You want to say that word?
Power is the ultimate aphrodisiac.
Is that what they aphrodisiac? Okay.
An aphrodisiac is like eating. You know what the word means?
Special foods.
No, an aphrodisiac doesn't have to be food. It could mostly
focus.
Yeah, to also enhance. An aphrodisiac. They say like what do they call them? Not mussels. Oysters make you feel sexy. It's an aphrodisiac.
You know what? Yeah, it would give you
Right.
I know what aphrodisiac is. I just never seen the word spelled like this. Okay. Power over the few, that is our ultimate goal. Slavery is even more fun and satisfying than the mass murder of war. Wow. Of war.
Control.
Yeah, that's Henry Kissinger.
Now, was Kissinger a Democrat or Republican?
Democrat.
He was a Republican. No, he was a Republican.
Yeah, this is why I asked it, because that's the rhetoric.
Was he really? Hold on here. Really?
Oh yeah.
I put my money on that.
Everybody who's president has to meet with Kissinger. He's the kingmaker in the Republican Party. Trump may have replaced him, but prior to Trump, Trump had actually had to meet with him too before he ran.
You're kidding me.
Before he was elected. No, I remember him very well. He's the one that negotiated in France with the Vietnamese.
Damn, if you were right, son of it. Well, you sure know your parties.
Wow. Well, I know my authoritarian dictator oligarch types.
Wow. Here I thought he was a Democrat. Well, he acts like a Democrat, but okay, yeah, all right.
This one here goes in my top 10 of all quotes as well. This is doozy.
Someone asked me the other day if I believe in conspiracies. Well, sure. Here's one. It's called the political system. It is nothing if not a giant conspiracy to rob, trick, and subjugate the population. And that is very, very, very true. That is. So many have regretted taking it. None of us have regretted not taking it. Yeah. Yeah. Hemp batteries are 8 times more powerful than lithium, scientists' discovery. I can't read the small print. Thank you. You must know I'm blind. Um, let me read the braille on this on my monitor. A team of American and Canadian researchers have developed a battery that could be used in cars, and power tools using hemp blast fiber. The inner bark of the plant that uses ends up in landfill. They cooked the wooded pulp and processed them into carbon nanosheets, which they use to build supercapacitors. On a par, they use to build. Oh, I just said that. With a battery than graphene. The
Graphene.
industrial
Yeah.
graphene. No, hold on here. Stop right there for a minute now.
Yeah.
I never heard of hemp.
Hemp is a derivative from cannabis.
Wow. Hemp is an awesome plant. It's basically, I think, is it, if correct me if I'm wrong, UK, is it not the male of cannabis?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, because
Right.
So you can build. It's you can make like concrete blocks out of it, which is lighter and stronger and lasts longer than concrete. There's so many. You can make clothes out of it. Oh my god, the uses is endless, absolutely endless, and very cost efficient. Very low. Yeah.
Very easy to grow. Very environmentally friendly.
Yeah.
And it's also usable as a medicine.
If they can use a battery for
and
this,
food, right?
That's why they had to outlaw it, and that's what they did because there were people that were afraid of it because they were producing paper, and hemp would have made a better material to make paper out of. But they didn't have they didn't have forests full of hemp. They had bought forests full of trees to cut down and make wood pulp into paper, and so they actually wormed a guy into office to do away with hemp and make it illegal.
It's also
biofuel. You can make biofuel from hemp.
I was just about to say it's an alternative to petrol that's definitely cleaner, but I say even forget anything that produces an off gas as well, and just go straight for the electric based battery bank or the air thing that we saw the other day. And if you put everything together, you got that in combination with hemp, cannabis, and bamboo. And you've got pretty much everything you need, no matter what environment you go into.
Let me understand this. The stuff that they smoke, the cannabis, the male, can make batteries, paper.
I'll put a little link in the chat log if you want to click on that for later on.
Marijuana is the female, I believe.
Yeah. And
that's what they smoke, the THC.
Yeah, but the male is the one you're concentrating on, the hemp.
Right. Yeah, see the male. You think of it this way: the male is useful, and the female just a little bit dizzy.
Right. Yeah. And she makes more of both, right? So you need them both.
Well, I'm so glad that Michelle isn't on now because that would
I've never heard of that before. And that's the truth.
Yeah, that's why pot is illegal. That's the real reason, Mr. Brown, is because hemp is a derivative of cannabis, and it puts everything else industry-wise to shame because it makes it easy for anybody to be self-sufficient.
Yeah. And if they did legalize it, then everyone's going to start growing their own. If you get caught with it, I bought it from the shop, and they can't tax it.
So the war on drugs is nothing but an extreme escalation of that narrative starting back in, I think it was the late 1800s. And that's how far out of control it got. People dying over it, murders over it,
That's more opium back then.
Right?
Opium.
1800s. Right. And poppies.
Yeah, which is opium.
My question is, all right, you get a plant hemp. They make it out of a battery. Is it better than what we have now? I mean,
bound to be, because honestly, for starters, you got the environmental side of it. If you do some research, you'll see that in America, somebody had to have their batteries changed on an electric car and lithium, and it was $26,000 all in to get the batteries changed. People don't realise, like a diesel car, which is nice and clean these days, that'll go on for tens and tens of years, with the right maintenance. Whereas you won't get that. The batteries don't last on an electric car. There's not enough charging points. In England, what they're doing now is where you had a rapid charge, there's not many charge points. And so you're going to charge up. You've got to wait for the guy in front of you or 2 or 3 cars in front of you. Imagine you're a salesman trying to get from one part of the country to the other. The range is about up to 280 miles on average during the summertime. Come the winter, you're going to need your lights on. You're going to need heating. It reduces it down to about 180-mile range. So it drastically cuts. Anyway, so these charging points, there's ones you have at home called a trickle charge, where you slowly charge up your battery overnight. And then you've got these fast charger ones on the motorways and that. But what they've done now is they've reduced they're reducing the chargers to trickle charge. But they're still charging you the same. So where it takes longer to charge, they can charge you more money. Whereas on a fast charge, they charge you the same amount of money. But it's just the infrastructure is nowhere near here. There's nothing. I mean, what about emergency services, and vehicles like that, and they can't get to, a fire engine can't get someone because they're waiting for the vehicle to get charged up, or, you don't know how many. There's not that many fire engines as it is to start. And if they're all being called out on one job for a mass blaze and someone else's house on fire, but the vehicle's not charged, or the infrastructure is absolutely ridiculous. Good idea, but what the current technology and the infrastructure they have now is terrible, terrible. You put life.
If you look at it further, it is. It's definitely the problem is if you're just relying on their systems, you're always fucked. But to answer your question, Mr. Brown, if you know about graphene, which is something I've looked into starting about 10 years ago, roughly, and even back then, and you can now even easier, but even back then, you can have access to graphene capacitors and even batteries if you're willing to take the time to make them yourself. And there's people who showcase how to do that on YouTube. That's how I learned about it. And those capacitors and batteries are superior to lithium by about 1,000 to 1 in both capacity, charge, life cycle, and range. And it's saying on here that the hemp version is equal to it, or if not superior to that. And if I were to make a choice between either the two, it would definitely be hemp, because graphene can be quite toxic in terms of manufacturing and mining and all that kind of stuff. It's it's not a healthy material to be using by no means. I wouldn't eat it, but I would eat hemp.
Unfreaking well. If I wouldn't have seen it, I wouldn't have believed it. Holy hell. I must be living on a sheltered life or something, because I never heard of this. Wow. That just blew my freaking... You knew about this, Frosty?
Graphene, yeah.
Yeah, I'm living a sheltered life. What the hell? Huh.
You could charge a graphene supercapacitor that's equal to a Tesla Powerwall in about 15 minutes, if it's graphene.
You haven't had a sheltered life, Bill Bam. What it is, the government, you're a hard-working guy, you've been putting food on the table for your wife and children and all these things, and protecting your country. And so you get distracted by those things that they bombard you with, for you to take time to just hold on a minute, let me just look around the rest. Let me look around the rest of the world. It's just, you just got caught like a lot of other people back in the day when you were younger. We all did. We've all been, but you've made that transition. Like Guru, to start thinking, hold on a minute, there's more to life than this.
Yeah, I realized a long time ago, like when I was 4 years old, I'm never going to get anywhere if I wait for them.
You hear graphene. You hear graphene, and automatically it turns and twists it a little bit in your head, and you think it's Irene. And Irene's got a lot of uses.
I haven't even looked into that. What's that? It's first I heard.
Irene? Oh, she's a neighbor girl.
Oh yeah. That's why I didn't look at it. She was a he, and she was very used by the time I got around to knocking on the door.
Yeah, but her battery's chargeable.
Batteries were they still had about 10 years life cycle left.
See, you must always be willing to truly consider evidence that contradicts your beliefs and admit the possibility that you may be wrong. Intelligence isn't knowing everything, it's the ability to change or to challenge everything you know. Intelligence knowing everything is ability to challenge everything you know. Well, that leaves me out because I didn't know about him. Shit.
It's really just saying if your mind is closed, you're not intelligent. Intelligent people keep their mind open, you know.
Well, that well, I gotta keep my mind open. Let's see. The closer you get to nature, the further you are from idiots. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, but where do the bears shit? You gotta be careful.
I'll take a whole camping field of bear shit compared to a cesspool beehive city full of million humanoid idiots any day of the week.
I'm just thinking of that film where he gets attacked by a bear. Oh, what's his name from the Titanic? Where he's out in the woods and he gets attacked. Those grizzly bears are vicious, aren't they?
Oh yeah,
attacked by one.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
What was the movie? I don't watch movies, so I'm not sure.
Oh, it's a brilliant film. What's it? What's his name? The guy from Titanic, which is DiCaprio. That's it.
Yeah.
And the film.
I don't remember the name of the film, but
it's about like when the trappers in this like 18th, 17th, 18th century were going through North America, and so they had to deal with the natives, and then the French as well there, raping the land. And
the fur trade. It was the trappers out in the mountains supporting the fur trade. They were trapping beaver.
I'll find out in a minute. Oh, what's his name? Nick? Oh no, what's his name? DiCaprio.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
That's it. I don't know. I'll find the film. Hang on a minute.
The most racist not racist, but liberal you would ever want to meet.
Yeah.
He likes the young ones. He normally gets together with a woman when she's 18, and as soon as they reach 21, he gets rid of them. The Reverend. That's the film. The Reverend. Let me just. I'll put a link in the chat because that was a very good film.
The Reverend. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. That guy is. DiCaprio.
This is the film. There you go. I'll put it in a link in the chat log. It's a good film. I know you don't really watch films, Guru, but that is a good one.
Yeah, he's every bit a piece of shit as De Niro.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They can be good actors. But when they're not acting, yeah, different story.
Yeah, they're just no good. They hate America. They hate the values of it.
I do too.
Oh man, I'll tell you. No, I mean they're for the tearing up the world, being it communism, socialism. That's what they're for. Let's see. Let's make one thing clear: the experts were never wrong. They are always lying. Big difference. Yeah, it's about right too. That was what's his name? Seahunt's son.
Actor. He's an
Wait,
actor.
Bridges. Bridges. What's his name, Frosty? Bridges.
Was he in that Bye Bye Mr. American Pie? That film, wasn't he? He's in that film.
Jeff Bridges.
That's
Jeff,
exactly what it is.
yeah, Jeff Bridges. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a storehouse of useless information.
This here on the left is what folks eat when they go to the corporate grocery store. This here on the right, that's what I eat every day.
What, leopards? Bastard.
That's right. That's right. Yes. Yes.
Aztecs.
Over here, I don't have to worry about freezing and the food expiring. So. One step ahead in the forest. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I happen to see UK on Channel 2 News. I know what happened.
Remember, UK, pine cones are edible.
And you can freeze them too. Just saying.
Well, that'd be her new diet.
And there's no expiration date on them either.
But just make sure you put one that's 20 years later, otherwise she'll still throw them out.
Yeah.
Couple left, I think.
Okay, think about it. If there is a health food section in the grocery store, what does that make the rest of the food sold there? Think about it. There's a health food section in the grocery store.
Think it through, Bill Brown. Think it through.
Yeah. Well, he gets me thinking. He does. What does make the rest of the food sold there? Well, it's not health food. I'll tell you that.
There you go. Right. That was one of the first things I thought when I first discovered organic section, health food section. I was like, well, wait a second. Why is there a special section for this shit? What the fuck is the rest of the food then? Or there's stores that are designated as health food stores. So what the fuck's the other unhealthy food stores? I don't want to shop there.
That's your toxic food source, and you just can't wait to get it.
Hi, Mrs. UK.
Are they out of bed yet?
Yeah.
Well, they're out of bed.
Okay, I gotta wear my glasses for this one here. Wear my glasses.
Why can't she make? Oh no, she's banned from the kitchen.
Yeah. I'll read this one.
I can't.
I have depression, anxiety disorder, and I'm confused about what gender I am. I'm unemployed and in serious debt. I waste all my money on weed and Star Trek memorabilia. I have almost no impulse control. I haven't learned how to put the Cheetos bag down. Now here's how I would like to fix this country.
Well, leave that there. Leave that there. That's a good one too. Oh yeah. I'm telling you, Guru, you're gonna be surprised when you see this out here. See that fit? Oh, you missed it. Oh, bring it back in front, will you? Yeah, right there. Perfect.
I'm gonna send all these to you and that add them to that Google Doc, and I'll fire the link for you again. So
Yeah, but you know what's good about it? If I do it this way, all I got to do is just
it's easier.
It. Yeah, I can edit it, and yeah.
Okay, whatever works for you.
Yeah, this is a lot better. This is why I put it all together and bang, I can shoot it out.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, I got to drop down for a bit, maybe permanently here. So, good night, everybody.
Good night, Frosty.
Okay, Frosty.
Thanks a lot, Frosty. I appreciate it. I'm glad everything worked out right for you.
Yep. Thanks a lot, guys.
Always a pleasure. See you soon, man.
Be good, Frosty.
You got that one, Bill?
Yeah, I'm all set now. Sorry.
Okay.
So she said, I don't know when exactly that UFO landed and dumped all these stupid people, but they apparently aren't coming back for them. Yeah, I guess not. Daffy Duck. Look at that face. See, the first time I heard somebody say that Department of Ed should not exist, I thought they were nuts. Then they asked me to list just one academic metric that has improved since its inception in 1980. I couldn't. Nobody can. All right, let me read this one more time. The first thing I heard it says, it should not, okay, right. Then they asked me to list just one academic metric that has improved since. Okay, I got it now. Okay, it hasn't improved. Hell no, it hasn't improved. Conception 1980, yeah. That is, uh-oh. It's funny because America spends the most money for schools, and we're not raising our kids right. They're coming out dummies.
That's it
Damn
for the
shame.
new ones.
No,
That's
it's
good.
not that we're not rising up. It's the governments and the education system. It's
Yeah,
not that we're not. I mean, look at Lady Jane.
that's true. That's true.
There you go.
That's true. I'll rephrase it then. That
It's
hurts.
just some parents are allowing it to happen.
Well, you know what? I got to eat crow now, and I don't like crow because it doesn't taste like chicken.
Have you had crow? What?
I'm always eating crow on this channel, let me tell you. And it does not taste like chicken. Oh, shit, I'm telling you. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Frosty was a lucky man. He was. That was a bad tornado or hurricane.
Yeah, where's he gone? I just went to relieve myself.
He had to take off.
He's gone. Oh, I see.
He had a busy night last night. He did.
Did he have to go and get his vaccination?
Yeah. Yeah. No, he was lucky. That was one of the worst ones in a long time. He was damn well lucky.
Hopefully, he said he might come back. Hopefully he does, but he didn't sound like it was probable. So
Ethan, please.
No.
He sound. I don't know if he's a little tired or something.
Yeah, he had a busy day yesterday. He was trying to get everything all arranged. He had a problem with his generator. He got that fixed. Then he was trying to fix something with his doors so it would be waterproof. And he was working, him and his brother.
Mm.
He had a lot and by George, he was lucky. He was lucky.
These people with these trailer homes and these mobile homes, and they all blow over. Now, I don't know if you do it already, but like if you go camping, you use like guys to strap it down there. Can't you use like like they use for transporting those big straps where you ratchet and then tie the house down? Can't you do things like that?
You can try, but if you're talking about a Category 3 hurricane, you're done. In my opinion, if you're in one of those, if you're talking about just like a trailer home, it's different than a mobile home. A mobile home, you can I guess slab on concrete even if you wanted to. That's what I would do in a hurricane zone. But if you're nomadic, get the hell out of there in hurricane season, or you're asking for trouble.
We had a Category 4 was when it hit the land. It was at 145 miles an hour.
Right.
Yeah, it was hit hard, and it took all that water from the ocean and dumped it out in Florida.
At the very least, go find a mountain or a cave and dock yourself. Ward yourself against it for safety.
Yeah,
Cave will
there's
be all right as long as there's nothing above it. You don't want a landslide covering up the entrance.
Yeah. You got to think carefully about these things for sure.
And there's no bears in there either. Don't have to worry about mountain cats or lions because Guru's eating them all.
Well, during a hurricane, all the animals are going to scurry anyways, but
Yeah.
the flood surge. Some of it was 12 feet deep. The lowest was 4 feet. So he was damn lucky. He really was. That's a hell of a note. Be stuck in one of those babies.
I'd rather go to higher ground too,
Yeah.
You're especially if you're close to water. Flooding is your biggest enemy in a hurricane situation. Other than a pole flying and knocking you out,
I actually seen the straw. They showed it on what the hell is it? YouTube? I'm not sure exactly where I seen it, but they showed just a piece of straw went right through a bathtub. Just boom. They showed it. And I'm like, damn, oh man. I couldn't believe that. Yeah, a piece of straw going right through a bathtub.
A piece of straw.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's a
carbon fiber straw.
Yeah, went right through a freaking bathtub. I couldn't believe it. I mean, it's stuck in between the two, the in or out. But yeah, I went through it. It sure did. That's amazing. But there's going to be a lot of damage now tomorrow, or today when they start seeing the sunlight. There's going to be a lot of damage. There's over 2 million people without power.
Yeah. But that's how it goes, and people should be prepared for this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they shouldn't be prepared in this day and age. With you see all these people running to stock up their petrol tanks and stuff, and it's like, guys, you could have done that months ago. You could have had propane doesn't go bad in your tank in 2 days. That's one aspect, but of course that's an old, outdated, in my opinion. Now you can easily have straightforward electrical batteries. So one thing I would recommend in an emergency situation is lithium batteries. If people are still just grid tied for the most part in their city homes, it's not too expensive to get a week's worth of basic power. And one of those all-in-one straight lithium electric generator kits.
Well, like I told Frosty, I tried to when I found out it was coming his way, and people should realize this. If you have a freezer in your refrigerator and you know you got a power outage, do not open that freezer door.
Yeah.
Right.
It'll last for 24 hours before you have to, turn it back on again.
Mm-hmm.
And I was telling Frosty, I says, when you do that, get your generator and charge up or, put power to your refrigerator. Leave it on for 2 hours and then shut it off and wait another 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people open their freezer door and it ruins the meat. But yeah, now your refrigerator itself is going to be screwed because, it's not that cold, but a freezer will. It'll stay cold for 24 hours because the meat's frozen already before it starts thawing. So
probably it's a good idea to start taking that out and having it to eat over the next couple days too.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Well, if you do that, then you're gonna have to, if you don't have a generator, then
barbecue.
Yeah, but if you don't have a generator, yeah, start cooking it. You're right.
Barbecue time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did that last time. We had 3 days of blackout over here.
Right.
Well, if you heard about that or not, but that was a while back. But yeah, we had a barbecue.
And you don't even need fuel to have a barbecue, like petrol or anything. You can just go and get wood chips. Go and get whatever, anything that burns. That's it's much healthier for you anyways than that
Don't get-
petrol shit, you know.
Don't get a black tire though. Yeah.
That might make your marshmallows taste a little flat or something.
This tastes like rubber. Is this a new black gum?
Is it past the expiration date?
Yeah. Now what happened to the UK? He took off.
No? Huh?
Oh, there he is. Okay. So I'll make sure you're still there.
Yeah, of course I am. I'm always here. I just after I've had about 2 years, I've got one of my pinball machines. It's got a display, you know, like when you see the graphics, it tells you the score and everything, and as you're playing a game, the display board went. I bought another one. That only lasted, but it's really hard to find the part. It's really, really, really difficult. And then I managed to get someone to repair it. Now I exchanged. I said to him, I've got a spare this board and a spare that. I said, do you want to do an exchange? He goes, yeah, we'll do an exchange for the repair. And he still charged me £75, 79 quid. I goes, well, hold on a minute. I thought we said we were going to do an exchange. He goes, yeah, that's ambiguous. You know, what you exchanged against the total price. I said, you didn't say that at the beginning, but I've just bit the bullet. I'm just putting it in the machine now. So it's a Batman pinball machine. I'm just debating whether or not that if it's all working okay to get rid of it while it's working.
That's one of the flippers, right?
But yeah, pinball.
Oh, I love those things. Oh, I'm addicted to a pinball machine like that. Oh man, I used to hold them balls on the flippers and just boom, shoot them where I want them at. Bing, 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 bing.
Yeah, this is a little bit more modern to ones that you used to play.
That's not very nice of you, Mr. Brown.
They're called EMs, electromagnetic. No, I like them as well because the noises, ding, 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 and that's kind of really nostalgic and yeah, it's good. But these newer ones have a lot more fancy stuff on them. You know, it's like your pinball machines that you used to play are like a little black and white TV set, and these newer ones are like a 100-inch Ultra 8K. No, I'm sorry, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just saying in the technology terms. Now, I could have, if I was going to be facetious, I could have said, Mr. Brown, in technology terms, you was watching those Punch and Judy shows.
He's making fun of your. He's making fun of your Pac-Man, Mr. Brown. Don't let him.
That's not nice of you, Mr. UK.
Pac-Man's good. I like Pac-Man.
Pac-Man, yeah. Asteroids.
I got that as well, and Defender.
Do you really? Wow.
Galaxian was good. Space Invaders, was a pioneer, really. Well, no, Pong. When Pong first came out, that's when the first time I ever saw a video game was on that United States Air Force, Greenham Common. I used to go there. That's why I told you I was quite influenced by America. We lived right by the camp, and I used to go on the campsite, and you'd have those candy machines, you know, and it was so different to what we had in the United Kingdom. And I used to get something like to what my £1 of say I could get like $2 over $2 in exchange, and I used to get so much more for my money buying American stuff. And the first time I ever saw a video game was there, and it's a thing called Pong, and it's like we have a little white dot goes from one side of the screen to the other, and you had a little white line that hits it back. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I had one of those. It was a Radio Shack system.
Yeah.
Had 4 different version things.
Yeah, football, squash, tennis, and
two little joysticks, but it was just this little paddle. Yeah, and you just go up and down with the thing, and it had a reset button, and it ran on batteries.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
I've got 2 of those. I got the original Binatone, the first one that got released, and I got orange and black. If you remember, And I've
Wow.
got one brand new in the shrink wrap still.
Oh, that's worth a mint. That's
Never
worth a
ever
mint.
opened. The box is in mint condition, no dents or tears on it. And then I've got another one in the same condition, but it's not shrink wrapped. But you open it up, all the polystyrene still fresh. The smell of the electrics, the plastic, still like mint.
Wow.
Oh,
I have
Go on.
2 8-bit NESs. One of them shrink wrapped, unopened.
Ooh.
The other one in fair condition. That's the
Yeah.
one that I used. And
Payable.
I have about 37 games, and about half of them we bought second copies that I kept unopened in the box. And
Good.
we got 3 of them, I think, that were the All-Star edition with the gold-plated thing or whatever, the special editions. Yeah. So
damn,
that's
I
in
feel
a
bad.
special chest in Winnipeg.
I feel real bad about this. The only thing I got wrapped up is my underwear, and it stinks. And it's in a box.
Oh.
Send it to Barbara. We'll still make a couple bucks off of it. Don't you worry.
And do you remember I've collected all of them. Do you remember the Atari Woodies? The Atari 2600? Atari. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got those as well. Got one in a box. The box isn't the best of the boxes, but it's all right. It's better than nothing. I've got quite a few games.
I had a Gemini system. I don't know if you're familiar
remember
with
those.
that. Yeah.
I haven't got that one, I don't think. Or have I? I think it's rebranded differently over here. Who was that made by?
I can't remember, but it played all the Atari games and then a few of something else.
My best game was Castle. I love Castle. That was a fun game. My wife got addicted to that.
Fun?
Hmm.
Okay.
What do you say?
What game did your wife get addicted to?
Oh, Castle. It's called Castle. It's about a guy that had, was walking through castles, and he got a whip and chain, and he went up.
Dirty underwear.
Yep. Well, that's the end of the game. You had to wash my underwear. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the game was over, and StreamYard started on YouTube.
Yeah, fun.
Right.
Stream. Yeah. Then I went to. I graduated. What's a StreamYard? Yeah.
I had a ColecoVision. Still have that actually, but that's not in mint condition. It was used and abused. Probably about 50 games on that thing. I like that better than Atari actually. Except
Really?
Donkey Kong. Yeah. And it better it was the next step up, But my favorite, which I didn't have when my grandma did, so I would go over there all the time, was in television. Love that. Astro Smash was my favorite game on it.
And Missile Command. Remember that one?
Missile
That's a
Command.
hard one. We had the bomb. It's like nuclear. There were lines, different coloured lines, and they come a bit like in the genre of Defender, vector graphics, and it will come down, and you'd have a track ball, and you got to shoot the missiles before they land. They brought that out during the Cold War.
My cousin had a Commodore 64 and VIC-20.
Yeah, me too. Still got them.
Still got that. I love Gorf. Gorf is a great game.
64, I remember that, yeah.
Amstrad 64 and 128. Remember those?
Yeah.
And a Sinclair ZX81. I don't know if you had those over there. First home
rings a bell.
Yeah, first home general computer. It's only a little flat pressed keyboard. It wasn't it was shit, to be honest. But at the time, it was the most affordable thing for the general public. And it's the first Sinclair. Yeah, Sinclair ZX81. I've got one of those lying around somewhere. I just went through a phase of getting everything years ago and just boxing it up and putting it up in a loft. And one day they'll be worth something. Neo Geo was my favourite.
Yeah.
I've still got it. I got one in a box.
That was that was ahead of its time when that came out.
Wow, wasn't it?
Yeah.
wasn't it? But the games were ahead of its time as well. £500 on average for a game over here then. This is 1990.
Right.
£500. I had quite a collection. And some of those games now that I, when it went to CD, I traded it all in like a fool. I was only a young boy then. But some of those games now, I've seen them 18 to £20,000. Not top players golf. It's a golf game. But some expensive stuff out there.
I think Bonk was on Neo Geo, wasn't it?
No, I don't see that title. So now I've got an upright video cabinet with a CRT screen, like in the old days, with all the buttons, just like Street Fighter. And where it's a jammer connection, I've got a cartridge with 161 Neo Geo games. Viewpoint was my favourite game on the Neo Geo. Whoever designed the graphics must have been on acid. and the game, some of the levels are so hard. I had a mate of mine, he was an avid game player as well. We was about 25. We both did an acid tab to get off this level. I shit you not, did acid to get off a level. We did it. And we did it as well.
Interesting.
It took about 8 hours to do. But fun days. Smell my knife. Ah.
I have to tell you guys lost me.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I thought you guys are cussing at me.
Just take a few hits. Follow UK's footsteps there. You'll be right up to speed. Don't worry.
Hey, every time he says something, yeah, you're right, UK. Yeah, I remember that.
Metal Gear, Metal Slug. That's it, Metal Slug. That was so ahead of its game. And when we used to come back from a nightclub, and we'd be slightly, chemically induced high, being a night rave all night long. People just come back and they just could not believe, this system, even because everyone then were playing the Mega 8-bit systems,
Right.
And it's classed as a 24-bit system, but it wasn't. It's the way they customized the 6800 Motorola chip to make it floating. I know I don't want to go too much. We're gonna hear.
No, all right. I'm okay.
No, it was better than Super Nintendo.
Oh yeah.
Way before that came out, it was.
It's the cost of the games, wasn't it? The games are so expensive.
I don't know. I had friends.
Yeah, yeah. I was one of them.
Right.
But now I like the VR systems. That's my favourite. If I play anything apart from my vintage stuff I got here, like pinballs and everything, I like the VR headsets you've got on.
You got the glasses then, the Google.
I got HTC 5. That's the best one out there. No lagging, no feeling sick. Because some of them give you motion sickness when you turn your head. This one's it costs a little bit, and I had to spend a lot more money on my computer because it runs through the PC into the glasses. But it was worth it. And when people come round, I'll say, "Sit here, put this on your head," and they go, and most of them go, "Fuck off! No way! Fuck me, no!" And put them on a roller coaster and watch them scream like a little girl. And what they don't know is I'm videoing them when they're sat there going, "Ah! Oh my god!" Some of these guys are big guys. They're hard men, all muscle and everything. And demolished into a little pussy.
He's just he's giving you advance notice, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see right now. Put a hand on slap my back. Put a sign there, wimp. Yeah. Oh, walk down the street. Yeah, wimp.
Just flash the video replay, the big words "Murica" over and over again at the bottom when you're playing.
I mean, Guru, have you ever? Do you know what poppers is? Amyl nitrate. That stuff you sniff makes your head go wee.
What?
Nope.
You never had a sniff of amyl nitrate poppers?
Nope. No.
They call it a room odorizer as well, but it's a very, you could buy it. It's legal. It's a short time high. It's very similar, but not in a way like when you sniff a really strong adhesive and your head goes round the block several times. Before you come back to
I tried something similar to that, but not that one.
Yeah.
Is it in a can? Or what?
And that's it's what?
Is it in a can?
Well, no, you get it in a little bottle. It's like, do you remember smelling salts? Do you remember that?
Well,
It's similar to that, but not nasty like that'll wake you up. This will just, if you can imagine, I don't know, you're really drunk and somebody grabs your, really, really drunk, and somebody grabs your ankles and spins you round and round and round and round for about 2 or 3 minutes. That's what it's like. So I normally get them to have a little sniff of that first. So they've never had it before I click on the roller coasters to start. That's to the experience.
Yeah, I would imagine. Well,
it's harmless. It's not.
Right. Right. His blood pressure might have exploded, but it's okay.
Well, they used to give it to people with weak hearts if they're likely to have a heart attack. It does make your heart beat a lot quicker.
Reminds me of the stuff I tried from my friend. Showed it to me. You ever heard of a sniffing substance called Rush?
That's it. Poppers.
That's it. That's the one?
Yeah. It's all different names. Amsterdam High, or it's it's popular in the gay scene, men, and they call it things like fist, FIST, and all those other things. But it's the same thing. Same thing.
Okay.
It's like cigarette. You got Marlboro and you got. I don't know, Beds and the Hedges, all those different brands. It's the same kind of thing. Okay. Some are stronger than others.
Kids, don't try this at home.
Basically, this one in particular, Mr. Brown, you sniff it, and for about 10 or 15 minutes, it feels like somebody's squeezing your head really hard.
Wow.
You feel like you just feel it's not a drug. I guess it's a drug. I don't know. I mean, everything could be classed as that, I guess. It's just a reaction to whatever the vapor is, and I don't really remember the smell of it. It wasn't,
it's
too
not really
bad.
an odor. It's like a leather cleaner. Some people use it as a leather cleaner as well.
Okay. I just remember I had no idea what to expect, and it was such a fast, instant reaction that it just caught me off guard.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I remember the first time I did it, somebody came up to me in a nightclub. I was by the bar getting a drink. He goes, "Have you ever sniffed it?" He goes, "Sniff that." I fucking fell on the floor because it spins your head. It spins your head.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah. I don't know about the crushing effect. You said crushing. For me, you just spin around. But I must say,
it wasn't a dizzy feeling. It was just more of a head pressure feeling, like all your blood was rushing to your head type thing.
Yeah, you get that as well.
And waking you up like really fast,
I'll tell you what it's great for, though. If you got a lady in your life and you and she needs a thermometer, have a sniff of that as she's using your thermometer. Fuck me, what an intense feeling. But we won't go too deep into that. But just
there's deeper.
Right?
So what was the enjoyment of it, though? If it grabbed you like a freaking alligator and pushed you
it's a really quick high. It's a really quick high. Doesn't last. You feel okay when you come off it, but it's such an intense feeling. I wouldn't recommend you, Mr. Brown, doing it at your age and your conditions. No, I'm being serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what it is, but okay.
It would be like smoking 2 packs in 2 minutes,
Yeah, kind of thing. But not so unhealthily.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, just the effects of, what that would do in the high aspect. Yeah, But it doesn't last very long, like 20 minutes and it's over.
That long? I wouldn't have said that long. I'll say a few minutes.
It might have been shorter. Yeah, I mean, it was a long time. It was in my teens when I did this stuff.
Yeah, same as me.
Boy, I'm glad I'm out of that age. The only thing I ever do is smoke hashish and weed. That was it.
My
Basic.
friend told me it was a pretty natural thing that, you know, this stuff that a lot of people did. I don't know. My friend could have been totally lying to me. It wouldn't have been the first time.
Yeah, he's lying to you.
It doesn't surprise me.
Kids are doing, I don't know what the hell, oxide or nitrous oxide in a can. They were doing that for a while.
Yeah. Well, it's called,
Oh.
they call it hippie crack. No, I have tried it. What it is, it's not, you know, like you use it for things like soda streams, that kind of thing. CO2 canisters. They call it laughing gas. And what these kids do is they fill up a balloon with this CO2 or hippie crack, what you want to call it, and they inhale it. And it's supposed to give you like a short term, bit like the poppers, or rush, or whatever you want to call it. We were just speaking about. But I tried it once. And I thought, what is this? This is bullshit. I don't get nothing out of this. Or maybe I'm too far gone. Things I've done in the past, but yeah, it's these canisters are everywhere. I mean, I was going for a hospital appointment about 3 months ago, and I parked up in the furthest part of the car park in the hospital, and there's loads of these canisters in the bushes where kids are obviously parked up. And when I say kids, you know, teenagers and that, are being parked up and doing this hippie crack.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah.
at least they're in the right place if anything goes wrong.
I can only imagine what there is these days. The stuff that I was exposed to when I was a teen wouldn't surprise me. And even to a certain degree participated in myself. Like, I look back and I'm just like, I can't believe I would even consider that level of bullshit. And that's nothing compared to, you know, what I see.
Older and wiser, found from natural highs now, aren't you? So
yes, more on the gentle side, and you know, as well.
Well, you got to remember, when you're young, you're dumb. You know, you don't know any better. You just want to do it. You know. That's
Yeah, and you do. You know, I mean, I remember I was at this party, and I said to my friend, I got there late, and I said I got to catch up. He gives me, I don't know how big that glass was in the way you would measure it. It must have been at least 3/4 of a liter, between half to 3/4 of a liter of Southern Comfort Straight. He said, "Here, this will fix you up." I never had anything that hard before. And literally in, 10 seconds, I chugged it back. I was gone. I fell flat on my ass 10 minutes later. And then I was in this room and everybody was sniffing this chemical out of a pail to see what it was like. And somehow I got I got encouraged to do so, and I went for it. And yeah, I don't remember too much more after that.
Wow.
I believe the pail was 3M Scotch Guard. I think that's what was in there. Yeah.
It was never that drastic. No, just weed or hash. That was it.
They said be careful not to get your nose too close, otherwise you'll literally third-degree burn your nose.
Yeah, you get a little burn on it. It was talking about poppers.
I've got a burn on my boob, haven't I?
Yeah.
Must be talking to his wife.
I accidentally gripped on her during one night on a session, and it burnt her boob. And she's that was like 20 plus years ago. And it's still there. God. I call it.
Copping a plea to his wife. I didn't
You know
do
when
it.
you get cattle.
Stamping me,
Yeah. You know when you get cattle and you put out the hot poker out the fire.
I don't know, Mrs. UK. I don't know. He's teaching us bad things here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an educational channel.
Yeah, that's right. Don't try it at home, kids.
Give it to your parents. Let your parents confiscate it off you. Make sure it's good for you.
Relatively, we had a pretty good stream going there for a while. When we first started, about what was going on. And it turned out pretty good today. It did. I enjoyed it. Your friend Grab was up here about 3 days ago.
Oh yeah,
Good
like
time.
he came out to talk, or just in a
No,
chat?
no, not on a chat. And
Hmm.
what I didn't know was what we were talking about. YouTube was cutting out certain sections of my stream. Would turn dark for like 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. I'm like, and then I got a hold of my daughter. Said, "You better look at your stream." And I said, "Oh, give me a freaking break."
Hmm.
So I had to erase that thing. I said, "Oh well, I tried." But yeah, they just tore the whole thing up. So
Ah,
they didn't like what we were saying.
damn it. So just an update. So the site is ready minus it's being proofread, but I need a couple more proofreaders who are good editor level proofreaders. Know
I'll
anybody?
Yeah, well, Frosty. Frosty would do you really good. Seriously,
Yeah,
he would. Yeah, because you know what happened to me with my head. When I got hit with that car.
yeah.
I wouldn't be that kind of good candidate for it. Now, I'll be honest with you. Seriously, I mean, it took a lot out of my. Well, I can tell you honestly, about 15 years ago, I could read it for you like nothing. But right now, you
Yeah.
can see how bad I am with reading. But yeah, Frosty would definitely do a job for you. He would. He's fantastic for that stuff.
Oh, awesome. Okay, well, if you talk to him tomorrow, then can you well, maybe email me? And I'm waiting for. We should be getting the. I gave them 2 days, so I should be getting back their proofreads tomorrow, and then I want to run it by at least 2 more people. I prefer to run it by at least 10, because 10 set of eyes type thing. But I'm not going to wait till I do that before I. 2 more should be good enough. Where if there's a
How do you want
mistake
to
or
work
two
this
left.
then? If he's
If
if he has time, because I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow or today when he finds out the damage he's got. But
Yeah, what's today? Today's Wednesday.
Yeah. No, Thursday.
Thursday.
We're going into Thursday. That's right.
Yeah, it is Thursday. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going into Thursday. So, do you talk to him like every day?
Just about every day. I
Just
give him a little break in between. I don't like to bother people that much, but I can make it a point to talk to him. Yeah.
okay. Well, maybe if you wouldn't mind, because I have no way to get a hold of him myself. Others, I just ask him. If you talk to him, would you mind just asking him for me, and then shooting me an email, and then we can just set up a time. I should be getting the results back tomorrow, so right after that, it should be okay to give it to anybody else to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I can do it. Well, today I'll write him.
Or today, I mean. Yeah, but I mean, if you don't talk to him today, whatever, whenever that happens type thing, you don't have to go to your way for it or anything. Neither does he.
Well, I mean, you do it
On
for
your
me.
own
I'll do
time.
it. No, you do it for me. I do it for you. Don't worry about it. What am I doing? Nothing much. My wife beats me. The dog bites me. What the hell? UK abuses me.
Yeah,
Right.
$20. You can't pay me for an awful lot of abuse.
But as long as you save the freezer meat, that's all that matters.
No, I'll get a hold today. I'll write him a letter. And usually it takes about an hour or so when he finds out I got a message, and then he writes back to me. So
Cool.
yeah, I'll ask him if he wouldn't mind doing it for you, because normally I would do it for you, but I know my comprehension,
Yeah.
my
No, that's
reading
cool.
ability, and it ain't that damn good. Yeah.
Yeah, whoever can is fine by me. I'm even myself, I actually rely mostly on technology for that, because I literally purposely didn't pay attention in school to this shit. And I didn't care about spelling. And when I was told by grammar Nazis on the internet that my spelling is terrible, I made a point of making it even worse. On purpose.
Yeah. I know the feeling. I did that to Witch Cult. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I know the feeling. Yes. Yeah. I made sure I did it too. I'm tired of reading this shit. That's what he told me. He told me. I love it. I love when the game plan goes together. That was good. He was pissed.
It works, right?
Oh, yeah, it did. It worked. Yeah, I made sure. I mean, I'm a bad speller, but I wasn't that bad. But I did it purposely. So when he tried to read it, he just, what the fuck? It don't make no sense. Oh, I laughed my ass off. Oh man, I played that guy so bad.
Well, the trouble is we get lazy because we use our phones, we use computers, and they got auto spell check, and it just does it for us. That's what it is. That's a part of it.
But now they're getting it's as of like 6 months ago or so. You can't rely on it anymore. It's fucking bullocks.
Yeah, I've noticed it's getting a bit. It's not like it used to be.
Yeah, I mean it was so good. It's the one thing that I thought that Google really had going for it is its spelling and grammar check. It got better and better, and it was impeccable. But not anymore. Somebody told me it's because it's now a ploy to make you have to buy a better version of it or something, but I don't even know where you do that anyway. That's hearsay, though. I don't know if it's true.
That makes sense.
It does make sense, but
If
yeah. So
if I
now
use one word,
go ahead.
No, go on. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say. So now I'm gypped. I was relying on that, and now it's back to freedom spelling. Nude-glish.
The new guru words.
Inguru.
I know when I ask for a word in Google, if I don't know how to spell it, it won't give me the right correct word. So I got to use it as a sentence, and then 9 times out of 10, it'll pop that word out for me.
Huh.
But just say the word, it won't do it.
It used to.
Mm-hmm.
You used to. Like even a year ago, it was outstanding. Now it's just whatever. And you used to not have to worry about pressing the check spell button. Now even when you do, you don't know if it's even recognizing mistakes anymore.
Well, there's one thing that's to my advantage. If the word doesn't look right, even when I spell it, I'll double check just to make sure.
Right.
Chances are I'm right. It's wrong.
The only place I'm finding that the spell checker is still running good is in YouTube, but you can only type 200 words in there anyway, so I can't. Yeah. Right? I can't use that to check a document.
Even Microsoft Word isn't like it used to be.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't use that, so I wouldn't know, but interesting. I wonder if you have like an older version of the software then.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. It used to be really, really good. But it helped me out a lot.
Yeah, me too.
It's like when you was at school, there's so many things. I mean, I had the same kind of attitude as you. I mean, when I used to have math classes and they learning about Pythagoras, what was, and I even at the age of like 11 years of age, I thought to myself, what is it going to do for me later in life?
Right.
So didn't learn it.
Well, I'll tell you something. Between you two, well, everybody else is going to know about it. But I wish I had
We'll keep it a secret between the three of us. Sure, let's see. I'm betting my money on how well that's going to work out. Let's go for it.
Yeah, don't tell nobody. But anyway, I wish I had UK's ability to do electronics like he does. And I wish I had the ability of your words. You know what I mean? The know of the words. You know what I mean? Like that flutter. And I had no knowledge about that. Well, if I could have both of those, I'd be king shit, boy. I'd say I'd be happy.
No, you do. That's what we all help each other out for. We can't all be brain surgeons. We can't all be rocket scientists.
You only need to remember one word:
Hmm.
cooperation.
Yeah, true too. That's a good word there. Yeah, cooperation.
Will help.
Yeah.
Of course, it helps. Cooperating helps much better when you don't throw everything out in the freezer. But you know,
I'll never get it up. I didn't do that, though, did I? I didn't do that.
that's that you can take that to the bank and your wife there, UK.
Yeah.
What baffles me, like I said to you, she's quite a big girl, and for her to do that, you know, it's like a heroin addict, you know, flushing down their heroin down the toilet. You know, for her to waste all that food, she must have cried her eyes out.
I just can't believe it possessed her to do that. It was your food in the first place. You didn't even just throw it. Wow. I
Yeah, I
would
know.
have.
I'm baffled by it. I want to ask. I want to question her. You know, sit her down in a chair, tie her hands behind her back, and get a lamp in her face, blindfold her, and continuously play ABBA songs or something. I don't know. I've asked my boy. You know, ask her why she did it. Oh, she's just trying to help. Right. Okay.
Yeah, she
Feed
Last
the
time I
rats
did
out the
that,
garbage.
last time I did what UK said, I got in trouble for not finishing a job. So I'd be careful now.
Well, I'll tell you, you can't give me credit. You're a lot cooler than I would have been.
Yeah, wow. You know, like I said, I'm lucky I've got this room out here that I can come out to. I can go and get myself a few beers to calm myself down and just keep away from the rest of the house. You know, just to.
You gotta have that space. You gotta.
Yeah, I've got to have my own.
Yeah.
I've always had my own space.
Everybody's gotta have that. You know, just we're not meant to be in each other's faces 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's not healthy. You know.
No.
Gotta have that distance and then balance. You know.
Reflection.
Can I ask
Right.
you something, UK?
Pardon?
Can I ask you something?
Is it sexual?
No. No. No sexual.
Go on. No,
Did
go
you
on,
have
mate.
to put her in the freezer?
Come here, honey. We need to make up for the lost meat.
Yeah, well, I have got a disc cutter that I've not been able to use yet.
Yeah, we need some way to sharpen the blades to break it in.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Well, as a full-fledged cannibal, I concur and endorse.
You full-faced cannibal. He endorses it. Oh, a 1.5.
You're not that hungry.
Uh,
You want a half, do you? Do you
yeah,
want to solve? Was you thinking about solving hunger in India and Pakistan? World hunger.
Well, it's got to be, better than eating crow.
oh yeah. Doesn't taste like chicken, I'm telling you.
Right, moment of truth. I'm just going to switch the machine on now.
You're ready.
Honey, come here.
Here. Buzz. You know what happened.
Right. 5,
Like,
4, 3, 2, 1.
that's hilarious.
That sounded like Kyokin.
I'm going to check cables. Fuck's sake.
He might be looking into a refund.
Where's my glasses? Fucking machine's the pain of my life.
I can just see him give him a fried board back. I want a refund. all smoking.
Oh, hang on a minute. There's a cable I didn't plug in. I'm a dickhead. Right. Okay. Drop the kettle.
Oh my god.
Right.
Discovered that before going for the refund.
It's a bit like the NASA program. Right. Right. Hang on a minute. There. There.
Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. I'm telling
Right.
you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's a little bit of a line wiggling, but no, fucking just. You sent me a video showing it working.
Oh my god.
You suck.
Oh my god, I don't believe this. Wow. Now I'm curious to see if he's gonna fix it or not.
What is it? What is he trying to make make work?
I think
don't
that
know.
pinball machine.
Oh. Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. He's so pissed off. He's putting his heart and soul in that thing, and it's just not working right.
That reminded me of a friend of mine a long time ago in my 20s. He was a little older. We met at work, and he invites me over one day. He's like, "You gotta come over. I got this flick. Been dying to watch it for like 2 weeks, but something's wrong with my VCR. I can't figure it out. You gotta come over. You gotta help me. It's either that or I gotta take it in, you know?" I go in there. We do everything. And I was thinking to myself, do I check to make sure it's plugged in? And I ruled it out because I'm thinking to myself, this guy's not that dumb. And lo and behold, after about 2 hours of looking upside down, top center of this thing, he discovers that the fucking thing wasn't plugged in. I didn't know who was stupider. Him for fucking not figuring that out, or me for believing he wasn't that dumb.
Oh my god.
True story.
Wow. I bet you guys looked at each other like, what the fuck?
He started cracking up. I didn't. He was laughing long before me.
I bet you had some blood eyes in that one.
Oh yeah, fuck. I went to the back and was like, fucker, you fucker. $24 on gas and an hour and a half to get over here. It wasn't plugged in.
Oh my god.
The worst part of the shame is by the time we figured it out, we were both exhausted and it was too late to even watch the flick.
Oh.
That was a lot of energy exhilarated.
Here, let me help before I leave. Put it back through the freaking TV. It's fixed. Yeah. Give it to repair, man. You know?
I mean, the guy was a carpenter by trade, you know, so I figured he had some, intuitive skills going on that for troubleshooting, you know, but no. The first thing you check electronically when something doesn't work, if it's plugged in or not, you know.
You know, that's not about. Check the plug there, will you, UK?
You notice how UK's been awfully quiet after I told that story. I think he plugged it in.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
No, it was plugged in already. So the dot matrix display has only got couple of little lines on it. It's not actually work. Oh, fucking motherfucker! You haven't fixed it at all. But he sent me a video, so I've got to look at the video he sent me now. But was it my board? Was it my board to start with? Oh, I was fucked off about that. I'm really fucked off. Never mind.
So it's working now.
No, it's not.
It's not working. Oh, okay.
It's working worse than it did before. Before I had a display. Before I had a display, but it is garbled a little bit now and then. This time I've got no display at all, just a couple of little dots in the corner. He sent a video. Let me have a look at this video. See, check out. It is my board. I don't know. It could be another board. It looks the same. One to the side there. Yeah.
Well, it turned on, so.
Yeah, I know it turned on before. This is for the display, the actual the graphics, the dot matrix. So
maybe the card is screwed up or something.
Well, that's why I sent it to him. It wasn't that bad. I mean, yeah, it's garbled a little bit, but only now and then. And then he's repaired it. I'm watching this video he sent.
Yeah. He repaired it, but it's still ruined.
So it looks like the same board he sent back. 1, 2, 3. Anyway, sorry.
That would drive me nuts. The electronics, it would drive me nuts. I give him credit. At least he's got patience.
Yeah, we've got to.
All of a sudden, you're a big sledgehammer going through the damn thing.
I don't find electronics to be too difficult.
Well, boy, I do. Wow.
Kind of like Lego in a way. But you really gotta know certain information, like for the connection and whatnot. So either you don't fry yourself or fry the motherboard. You know, that part there is nerve-wracking.
Now, you give me a furnace, I can figure things out on a motherboard. But you give me something else, I just don't know. Oh, you're making his day. Oh, he's still working on it, isn't he?
Yeah.
Get up there. Just taking some pictures.
You say he's taking pictures?
Yeah. Probably just send to the guy. Yeah.
Okay. All right, carry on amongst yourselves. I'm still alive. Suicide is painless. Hello. There's a bit of humming going on here.
You're humming?
You're humming.
A little bit.
Yeah, bit of feedback.
It happens from time to time, I notice.
Why does that do that? Okay,
I don't know. I notice when you knock something by mistake, I don't even think you realize you do it.
Like a cup of coffee over your keyboard.
What's this going on here?
Yeah, that'll fix it.
Okay, let's see here. I got humming. Don't get the wrong one.
It sort of goes in and out. Like it's not always there. And right now it's not there. Yeah, and now it's like you're touching something to make. Yep. Whatever you're messing with is where the situation is.
Try to put my glasses out here. I don't know what the hell that could be. I already had it. Get on here. day.
Bill Brown, you said earlier on that you looked at your mobile phone and you said, oh, you had some kind of like funny caller or scam caller or something.
I had a what?
On your mobile, you said earlier on in the stream that you picked up your phone and you looked at a number and it goes, oh, that looks like a scam number or someone.
Oh yeah. I changed my number on my phone.
That was me.
A while back. That was you? Really?
Well, yeah, I think so. Look, if I do it again, hang on a minute. I'll try that one. Hang on a minute. One does and one doesn't.
No, you're on WhatsApp, right? Because this wasn't on WhatsApp. This was my regular phone.
It wasn't me.
No, what I did is when I changed this number over, some guy must have had it before I had it, because they're taking pictures of Jordache, stuff in his front porch, orders coming up, and just a short. Oh, what the hell's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
So I've been eliminating it slowly but surely.
Oh, incorrect numbers. Yeah, it wasn't me then.
No, and where the hell's my freaking? I can't find my freaking audio. Where's it at? Hold on here, everybody. I'm trying to figure this out here. Hello?
Hello?
I just heard something weird.
It wasn't me. I thought it was you.
Doodle-doo.
Yeah, wasn't me.
Is it on me now?
You're really quiet now.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll be dang. There was an echo.
Like really, really quiet.
Yeah, who said prayers aren't answered? Joking.
You fucking pissy Brit, you.
I'm gonna wake my wife up yet. She's already awake.
Yeah, you're about an eighth of the volume where you need to be.
Or higher.
Yeah, you're an eighth quiet.
Quiet, so like that. Okay, hold on. What is this going on here?
And the buzz is still with you, but it's an eighth quiet with. Yeah.
How about now? Is the buzzer still off or on?
Same thing.
Wait a minute. Whoa. That ain't right.
Okay, the buzz is gone now.
Can you hear me better or no?
No, the buzz is gone, but you're still quiet.
Okay. How about now?
Same thing.
I don't know what to do. Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait a
Yeah.
minute here.
Buzz is gone, but you're still quiet.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Same thing.
Son of a gun, what's going on here? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Same thing.
What the hell is going on here? I don't know. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Same thing.
Testing 1, 2, 3. See it. Testing 1, 2, 3.
A little bit louder.
Yeah, but it ain't much. Right. Headphones.
No, you're cutting in and out.
How about
Quiet. Greg.
Motherfucker. I do this. Wiring. Right. This way then.
Gotta fix Bill's wiring, UK.
I'm not a psychologist. Although actually, I did do psychology as my dissertation, so I probably could help a little bit.
I don't know what's going on here, gentlemen. I don't know.
You're still quiet.
I got it all the way up. The mic's all the way
Okay.
up.
Okay, whatever you just moved for 1 second sounded like your volume was coming back, but then it went away again with the buzz.
What the
So I don't know what you
Let
just
me
did a
shut this
second.
off and turn it back down again. Hold on.
I think it's you adjusting your position.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
No buzz, but you're still quiet.
You buy stuff that doesn't work. It just gets me mad at no hornet. I don't understand this.
Is it okay? 2 questions. Are you on your phone or your laptop?
He's on his laptop, I should imagine.
Laptop. Okay. And is that your corded headset or your wireless?
Wireless.
That's your wireless headset. Okay, so I'm thinking it might be
Fucked.
the USB, the little USB thing.
The wireless dongle.
Yeah, you might want to try taking the USB, that little, insert
It's a wireless
chip
dongle.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, take it out and try another port.
Okay, I got it. Hold on.
So that Windows will recognize it and reassign the drivers.
Is that what it's called? A dongle?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, you can call it whatever you want for $20. Mandy, Philip.
Hopefully he knows how to do that. Oh shit! I should have told him he might need to exit out of StreamYard and come back in after. I hope you can hear me. To reset it sometimes, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Shit.
I've got him on WhatsApp.
Okay.
If he even looks at it. Oh, I'm really fucked off about that board not working. That's pissed me off. He sent me a video of it saying, repaired. And he showed me a video of it. Now, when I took it out, everything was working except for it was a little bit garbled. That's what he did the repair on. Now I've not even got garbled. So I know it's not the actual rest of the electronics in my machine, I think.
I'm gonna type him the message in here. You might want to type what I put in here to him on WhatsApp too, just in case. Oh, I saw. Wait. Okay, Bill. I saw your thing come off mute. I can't hear you right now. It's possible you need to exit out of StreamYard and come back in, so that it recalibrates now that you put it in there. So I hope you heard me. There's a good chance you need to do that. Okay, he exited. So that fixed.
How about now?
You're okay. So you're back now. Oh, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
we can hear you. Sounds like the buzz is gone, but your volume is down. So maybe just check the settings in StreamYards. And if you need help to find where that is, just let me know and I'll direct.
No, I got it. I know.
Got it?
Yep, I'm going to lift it up here. 200%, as far as I can go.
That's as far as you can go? Okay, so... Okay, so...
It's still low.
Yeah, it's still low. Okay, so there's another spot that I'll show you. If you go to on your laptop, in the bottom right where the volume button is for your computer, instead of left clicking on that, right click.
Okay, there. Oh yeah, I got it.
Okay, tell me what you see when you right click.
Speaker. It's at 32. How about now?
And no, it's not speaker that you want. Read to me everything else that's there. Right
Well,
click on.
that's all I got right now. It's a speaker. Let's see. You want the...
Okay, put your mouse back on that volume button on the bottom right. And instead of again, instead of left clicking, right click on it.
Oh, right click up on it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, open sound settings, open volume mixer.
You see playback devices or recording devices?
No. Troubleshoot problems, sounds. Start. I can't pronounce that. I can't even read it. Spiritual sound off, whatever that is. I got open
Okay,
sounds. Go on.
Okay, it might be a little different because you're on Windows 10 and I'm on 8. Would you mind putting screen share on for a minute?
You're on Windows 8.
Yeah. You damn rights I am. I ain't touching, and the first edition as well. I ain't touching any Windows after that.
Right.
Not a damn fucking chance.
You've heard of Windows 3.1, haven't you?
Yeah, I bet you that would still run better than 9 or 10 and 11.
Okay, now what do you want me to do here now?
All right, so okay, in the bottom right-hand side, where the go back to where the volume is there again, and right-click on that.
All right here.
Okay, let me just read that for a second.
Open
sound settings. Open.
Oh, that didn't work. Shit. Sorry.
No, I did. It's okay. Yeah, just put it back to that. I can see perfectly there.
Okay, hold on. Let me get it back to them. I'm trying to be a hero and it didn't work. How's that?
Okay, let me just read that for a second. Sound settings and make sure. Down. Okay, try open sound settings. See where that takes. There we go. Device properties. That thing there. That's a master volume. See if we can find input microphone. Scroll down a little bit. There it is. Test your microphone.
Where's it at? Test your microphone. Where's it at?
Scroll down a little bit further.
Oh, okay, right here.
That's a test. Can is there more way to scroll? Yeah. Okay. Test your microphone. Device properties. Okay, go to device properties. It's right above that. If there is a microphone. Well, try. It says volume. Try bringing that from 88 to 100.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
You're better, but I wouldn't say you're where you need to be. You're definitely better.
What's this? Rename microphone. Nope. Stable device. Start
Okay,
testing.
No, we don't need to test. Go back to the. Click the back button. And let's see. Go down a little bit again. Okay, go to manage sound devices. There's another there. Audio. Okay, go to. Yeah. Okay, go to the first one again. Let's see if it's probably going to bring you back to the same page, but we'll just see.
Right
Yeah,
here.
go to that one. That's right. Left click. Oh, we don't want to disable. Go to the second one. Go to that one. Yeah, click on that and click disable.
No.
Now what?
Okay. Okay. Hold on a sec.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Okay.
That's your computer's built-in mic.
Oh, I can put it back to you. Okay. put it back?
You can.
Okay.
I think it's going to keep it anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Windows 10.
Microsoft.
Try
Array.
that one. Try the disable. Yeah, where it says
Yeah.
disable.
Some problems are enable.
Yeah, try enable.
Now what?
So,
That was it?
yeah. So hit the back button because that didn't fix it.
What the hell could it be?
Let's just see here. Well, let's try a quick troubleshoot. Go back to the bottom right there, where, yeah, and right click, and troubleshoot sound problem. Don't fix it.
Whoa, what was that?
Awesome. That's the bat. that's
that
the
was
Batman.
me.
That's the Batman getting ready. Woo! Well, I did such a fucking stupid thing. When I put all these boards back in, there's a little like a spacer, and I'm so lucky. So the board must have been grounding out on the chassis.
Go ahead and click yes.
I saw that.
You know what? You can't put water on it.
Well, I might have done.
That's what I want to do with my computer in just short.
Oh, brilliant.
Did you hear the sound beep? I didn't hear no beep. No. Did you hear the sound beep? Please wait. Did you have a consent to try updating the driver to fix the
Hit yes.
Okay.
It could be a driver issue. Have your consent.
Thank you for installing that.
Yes. Trying to reinstall the drivers.
I doubt it. Just for it to go like that. That sounded like a grounding problem, earthing.
Right? It did sound like a wire problem.
Grounding, where the.
But he's using a wireless.
Yeah, I know. But it's electrical appliances in the house. Something might have been plugged in.
It could just be interference, you know?
Yeah.
Just getting some interference from something. Our new driver is now up to date. Did that fix the issue? Okay, let's try something. Hit the close. Okay, and let's go back to that same spot, and we're good where you saw the troubleshoot in the volume thing, bottom right. And do troubleshooting. Oh, you're on mute, by the way. Can you unmute yourself and say something?
I don't know how I muted myself. I didn't touch anything. I know. Okay.
You're sounding even a little bit better. I still don't know if it's where we should be. Can you go to the settings there? Let's just see if that changed anything in the StreamYard settings button there.
Oh, StreamYard, okay.
And in 10 minutes, we find out he left his headset in the kitchen when he made his coffee.
I think because I got the toaster on.
Go to the audio. Okay, and that's still on max. Okay, go to automatically adjust mic. Try automatically adjust mic volume, and let's just see if that does.
Testing
okay.
1, 2, 3. Testing
Now
1, 2, 3.
it's even quieter. Okay, take that off.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Click on the.
Testing 1, 2, 3. No.
Yeah, still the same. Keep that at max.
Okay.
At the top there, you see it says mic default. Yeah, click on that. Let's see what else comes up. Okay.
do realise, Guru, it could be in the settings of the StreamYard when you go to your microphone settings, noise cancellation, echo, mic volume.
No, I didn't realize that. And you're telling us what's on the screen.
He didn't see the screen, did he?
No.
Oh, sorry, no, I didn't have the screen on. Sorry. Oh, right.
That's okay.
Oh, sorry. Hey, fuck off. I didn't know.
I'm getting a good education.
Let's just out of curiosity try each one of those and see if it makes a difference.
I usually do the echo cancellation. That's quite good.
I did that and it didn't work.
No, communications using Logitech speakers, are you?
Keep the you can keep the speaker as default, just the mic. Let's try each one of them.
So if he's using a headphone.
All right, how about now?
No, try next. Oh, that's gonna go to your.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
well
it.
that's
Wow.
better, but
that's
your laptop mic.
Yeah. Sorry,
which is
it really?
Yeah, which is better right now than your mic, that's for sure.
Huh.
But
could it be that his battery's running low on his headset?
It is possible.
Let me see. Nope, got a full charge. It's still green.
Was your mic close to your mouth?
Well, I'll push it away here. How's that?
Well, you're not. You gotta switch back. Yeah.
All right, how's that?
Okay, pretty quiet. So try.
How's that?
Yeah, same thing. Doesn't change. So you can just leave it at that. Change your speakers back to the default. Well,
have you been into the sorry, because I didn't see a screen. Did you go into the properties and windows on the audio section and you could do the microphone and stuff like that?
Yeah.
You've done all that, yeah?
Yeah. We did a troubleshoot driver update, but not a direct device manager update. I'm going to do that next.
Testing 1, 2, 3. What the hell's going on?
Well, the device manager must be in there, Guru, because he's getting something on it. I'm just saying, in the actual settings where you've got the speaker down in the bottom right corner, you go into the properties of the microphone through Logitech and Windows.
Yeah, we did all that.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
It did improve it, but it's not fully rectified. Troubleshooting didn't fully rectify it either. So,
all right.
Okay, just take your headset off, if you will, and just like try talking into the mic in different spots. Like testing.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Very quiet. Very quiet.
Can you hear me now?
Very quiet. Very quiet.
No? Yeah.
Okay. Better. So, can you try tapping on the mic? Okay, now say something.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. If you got a frying pan, you hit it really hard a couple times on the frying pan.
My wife would kick my ass.
Okay, there is there is only two other options here. The first is okay, close the settings thing. And go ahead and minimize StreamYard. You can minimize it all the way. Okay, now go to in the search in the bottom left there. Type in device manager, or just start typing that in. It should come up. DB.
Oops. didn't click in right.
Yeah.
Come on. There you go. Let's try it again.
Okay, there it is. It's the first one at the top there. Yeah, go ahead and open that. All right, now have a look in there for your Logitech. It would be under sounds or something of the sort. Just sounds.
Sound video.
Sound video, yep. Now you open that with the, on the very left, there's a tiny little arrow there. The very left bit. See that? Yeah, go ahead and click on that. Okay, now find the Logitech wireless headset one. Hover over it. Okay, no, the right mouse button, not the left.
Got it.
Okay, now update driver. And left click. Oh, and how do you want to search? Search automatic. Left click. Perfect. And go ahead and search for update drivers on.
Down here?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Restart required. Okay, I was going to get you to do this anyway. Couldn't find a good time to install updates outside of your hours and to restart your device to finish up. Okay. You can go ahead and you can click that restart now, and it might actually just restart your computer. If it does, we'll just hang tight for you. I was going to get you to restart anyways if that didn't work.
Okay, where do I go? Right here?
There's
Restart now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, hold on, I'll be back. I don't know how long this is going to. I hope this thing works. I'll be back.
Okay.
See you in the short. Thanks.
You bet.
We started quiet.
Yeah, he might. He's either rebooting or he's frozen. One of the two. But I think
Must admit, I'm liking Windows 11. I didn't like it at the beginning, but now I can customize it. I like the old ways, like Windows 7 of navigation, and you can implement that on Windows 10 and 11 to feel like Windows 7. Because I like the navigation.
Yeah.
You know, program start, you know, just it's so much quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. What I hate about even starting at 8.1 is having programs running without your awareness and not being able to shut programs off, even if you go into DOS. Fuck that shit, you know?
Well, I'll tell you what. You know, like sometimes you turn your mobile phone off, power it down. It's not powered down.
Yeah.
And I discovered that by, you know, like you set your alarm, you know, for the morning. And sometimes if it's a weekend, it's late, I powered my phone off. Turned it off completely, shut down, not restart, shut down. Yet in the morning, the alarm comes on and it wakes up.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can even have your battery right out of your mobile phone and it's still working.
Not for a tracker, not with a battery out. All power sources gone. I mean, the only way to stop that from happening is to let your battery completely go, completely dead. And even then, there's probably a little bit of juice in it.
There's another battery and another hard drive. Most people don't know about. There's actually two. Well, depending on the phone and whatnot. Mr. Brown, you're back. Say something.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Well, I don't know if that
you're looking for. I can see it in your eyes.
Hello, hello, hello.
You are about the same in volume, maybe a little bit better.
Let's see the settings on it then. Let's see what the settings says on this. Okay, audio. I'm up 100%. Any difference?
Not really. I mean, it's feasible. You know, it's not like you're terribly quiet. It's good enough for our conversation. Might not be good in if a lot of people were up here.
That's
And it's
bizarre.
not, but it's definitely not working at its optimal. So I'm going to say at this point, it must be a hardware problem. Must be something wrong with your head.
No, he's had a couple of issues before, hasn't he, in the past?
Yeah, it's got to be. There's nothing else left software wise.
Huh. That's weird.
It's either the headset itself or something is wrong with your doohickey thing, whatever it was called.
I got
Realtek.
married. My doohickey thing was always wrong.
Oh wait, that sounded a bit louder. What'd you do?
I put it up to 200%.
Wow.
Okay.
Can you try changing your batteries? You never know. It might be a dead cell in it. Though you say it's green, but it might be fine on the load.
Where did you put it up to 200%? Where?
Mic volume on my audio settings on StreamYard.
Okay, it's 200. It can go. How high can it go?
200.
Oh. Okay.
195. Yeah, 200 is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've just gone up to 100.
Well, you're okay now for this conversation. You know, there's no doubt about that. It's just if you're at full max on everything, you should be louder than that. There's no doubt about it. But
I used to be. I don't understand that. It's weird.
I think so.
I think I'm gonna have to get another headset.
Yeah, because the laptop mic was working the way it should. It was pretty loud. And I've heard your wireless better before in terms of volume.
Yeah, I'll get another one then. That's what I'll do.
It's pretty good quality though. Usually when you're on your wireless, it sounds a little bit like you're on a radio, but you don't sound like that.
That sounds like I'm in a tin can, like Po Billy.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened to his. I'd like to find out.
How do I sound now, guys? Did you fix your problem there, UK? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I did. My machine's up and running. Now I'm on AliExpress to order some new LED bulbs to give it a new lease of life and brightness.
Thank you, Guru.
Yeah, no problem.
So what did you do to fix it? Pour water on it like it suggested?
Oh, no. Fucking stupid. There was a little spacer. So the board bolts down onto another board, but in between the board, there's a sheet of metal. And I forgot to put one. I'm so lucky it's still working. And so one corner of the board was grounding out onto the chassis.
Ooh, okay.
So
in other words, when I said hit it on a frying pan, he thought I was talking to him.
Still so stupid.
Hey, I've done that before.
Well, yeah, distracted. Blame it on rights. Right for me to not have a good night's sleep. Yeah, how's that? Sorry, I don't have it recovered. Anyway, if Bill Brown hadn't come on so early, I'd have had more cups of coffee or tea and woken up a lot more. So it's all down to him.
Well, don't feel
Luckily,
bad.
there's no repair bill. You can carry on with the show.
Well, I burned a whole brand new furnace one time.
Yeah.
Brand new installed. Yep. That was nice. Yep. That was my fault. My boss wasn't too happy about that, but, you know, what the hell?
What the hell?
Yeah. I thought the lady was cooking bad food. I really did at first. That's the truth, yeah. Till I found the flame shooting out. Fucking ruined that whole furnace.
Hook you up with my friend who didn't plug in the frickin' VCR.
Yeah, really. Yeah, that's how I felt. Trust me. I couldn't believe that, yeah. Call my boss up. Are you in a good mood? That's what I asked him too. I said, you in a good mood?
Have you had a couple?
Yeah. He goes, yeah, what's going on? I said, well, that furnace is no good. What do you mean it's no good? I said, it's been burned. He says, can you explain to me? I said, yeah, caught on fire. He caught on fire because of me. What the fuck do you do? As I was testing out the gas pressure, and I walked around the corner, the back and behind, checking out the ductwork to make sure it was right. And as
Hmm.
the plastic hose came off, and it lit the burners at just the right time as it shut off. I says, then the gas valve just kept going and just kept burning. Mm. I was checking the gas pressure is what I was doing, be sure that's right. To get, for the gas valve. And there's a plastic hose
Yeah, I
that you
remember you
connect to
told
it.
me, and
Yeah,
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 and so you had the trophy to walk into every
yeah.
while there.
That's right. Exactly what they did to me. Yeah, they sure did. Yeah, the Mr. Brown Award with an underwear with stains on it. So don't feel bad there, UK.
I'll try not to. I'll
Yeah.
sleep well tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Got plenty of Horlicks.
I'm sure that story made him feel a whole lot better.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm telling you, it was fried. It was burnt. There's no paint on half of it. Yeah. Oh, there's my little buddy. Got a squirrel head. Come on, you
Is
hungry?
this is this why you refrained from learning to be a technician, electrician now?
Oh no, no, I'm an electrician too. I did Hillbilly's barn. His pole barn. He's taking off on me. That's okay. Yeah, I did his whole pole barn. Um, we played jokes with each other, and I told him, I says, well, when the bulbs start burning out, I mean, we took off freaking day, went to Home Depot, bought it out, checked everything out. I says, when your bulbs start burning out, I says, get T10 bulbs. Well, I never thought anything about it, but I just told him T10, fucking with him. He tried to get T10 bulbs a year later, and he goes, you son of a bitch. I said, what's wrong? He says, you and that T10 bulb, I went to 3 different places. There's no such thing as a T10 bulb. I started laughing. And I never thought he'd ever believe me. It's a T8 bulb, not a T10. He says, you sucker. So the people looking at me, they're looking into the books. There's no 210 here. He says, yeah, there is. My friend told me there is. So they went to the other stores. Them people don't know what they're talking about. I heard about it, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, but I did his whole freaking garage, me and him. Yeah. Took us 2 days to do it.
Oh.
He's got a big pole barn. I mean, it's huge.
There's nothing like doing it yourself. So.
Oh, we had fun doing it. We did. But there's only one mistake, though, I made out of it. I didn't tighten up the wire nut to it.
You mix the black with the red?
No, his garage door. It was, jiggling, shaking it, vibration, and the nut. Doggone it. Not, doggone, I forgot the name of that damn thing already. This is how bad I am. Anyway, it fell down and it spread up the wires. They broke apart and it stopped the door. But that was the only problem I had with it. They had to go back and fix it for me, but I wasn't there. Wire nuts. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, the wire nut fell off. That was a simple problem, but right now he's got plugs to put new lights in if he wants to, just to plug them in. So he's all set. That was a hell of a job, I'll tell you. I asked him, so next time get a smaller barn, will you?
I was just looking at something. Get you Maxi and a pretty good thing out. Talking about what's coming with that. It's the kind of credit.
You're breaking up.
Oh shit! Testicles.
Where are my testicles?
Yeah. Oh, they're blue. Oh, there they are.
That word seems to be fixing it every time.
Yeah, it does.
But now it won't. I said that.
I tell it to my wife all the time. It works for me.
Hold on.
Yep, you're breaking up again.
Testicles, testicles. Frying up them testicles. Am I back yet?
Here's what
Testicle.
we're going to do for you now. Go to your corner to your computer, press that little. Let's do a diagnostic on you. Well,
Okay. I have my right finger in the left wall socket full, waiting for other instructions.
Oh. Take your finger out of there.
Put just 2 fingers in. Okay.
No,
ready.
Just throw water on it. Just walk away. Well, you're lucky. You know, he's lucky that he didn't burn out that damn thing. That cardboard there, or motherboard.
Find this. Saw this the other day. I thought you would definitely want to see this one. It's only a couple minutes, but it's one of Max Egan's. You remember the older guy?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, just talk in between. That's all I ask. Because no, you know what? Don't do anything today. No. They I can't talk.
Well, this is from BitChute.
Let me explain this to you. Hold on. Let me get back.
Sure.
Let me shut this off, and then I'll explain to both. I'll explain. I gotta explain something to the UK. He asked me something, and hold on. Everybody, thanks a lot for showing up. Appreciate it.
Going?
Yeah, hold on. Stay right there. Staying backstage.
Yeah, back house. Yeah.
What do you say?
Back house?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, okay. So I was here to say, yeah, goodbye, everybody. Well, me! Please don't go. Don't go. I'm begging you to stay.
I'm melting. I'm melting.
Thank you, everybody.
My wonderful wickedness.
Remember, this is a family show. We do appreciate it. We're coming back later on. Thank you. Bye-bye.